All right, folks, let's heckin' do this. We are back with some more Flixbender. Apologies for the rolling start, but I know we got a lot of Flixbender to choke down. We got three more episodes, roughly 3 more hours of Flixbender to check out. And as you can tell, uh, this series has had a bit of a psychological effect on me. You can probably tell by the thumbnails, but yeah, it's been tough. I don't remember the first season being this hard to stomach. Um, there's just something about this that is so slow and plodding and clunky. I will say though, um, I'll just go ahead and keep talking while this, bores me to tears. Oh, I forgot to turn on the volume for this, and let me make sure my filters are on.
What was that?
But anyway, ooh, is that cake?
You updated the code word list again?
Yes, because the dialing has been crawling all
Oh,
over the
that
place.
looks
I thought we were
good.
talking about
I
something
wish
else.
I had a slice of cake that was
I know the code,
so
and I
big
can
and thick that I could mistake it for a block of wood.
He ate it for security purposes.
I was trying to ask if Katara's here.
But I mean, there was a bit of an uptake
I think she felt bad about me.
in the quality of the show, like in that last episode where it's like
It's totally a good thing that we were all super nice to her.
there was like an interesting subplot that they invented with the Bei Fong family being blackmailed
What about the
for
business?
dealing under the
Any
table,
more information about the spirit library?
He never
and
rolled it.
there are like Fire Nation deserters that are in their own little ghetto in Bossing Say
Has it? It has the greatest
that
repository
are
of
like a
information.
lightning rod for social issues where everybody just blames them for everything.
Right now, the best way
And
is to get the information for the Earth King. Anyway, I
um,
gotta get going. I gotta keep up appearances with Long Peng.
what's his name? Zuko and Katara are having mixed feelings about it because they have an instinct to help
If
people,
I keep doing what he asks,
but
he'll think I'm
they
safe.
don't necessarily agree with the Fire Nation deserters
I
either.
know he knows.
Just something a little more complex.
No.
I know I talked over pretty much that entire scene, but I mean, I don't really think I'm missing much of anything. But yeah, I'm just trying to grit my teeth because even when the show's at its best with like was that person like tickling someone in the background? That was weird. Um even when the show's at its best with good dialogue, it just feels really, really glacial.
No. Any luck with our friend? I've been unable to locate your mechanist. Do you have a plan to tell the Earth King about the comet without desire? It still works. What about an attack strategy? The Avatar was the key to victory in the Northern Water Tribes. We're going to take the war to the Fire Nation. We will need his power. Yeah, he's working on that too. I know you and your friends have been
Is
through
this
some.
gonna be our vector
Someone like Long Fennon before.
to the whole library plot? Is this like
Could cut the heart from his enemy without lifting a
this
finger.
general who is already kind of working on the plan to get Bossing Say
Against Long Fennon.
uh,
I'll
to
be on the
mount a
lookout for
counteroffense
information.
is like, hey, we need to have a plan, and then we're gonna, go to the library and
Promise we will be ready.
try to like scrounge up some intel. Because if so, that's really sad. Because one of the things that I think a lot of other people really liked about Sokka in season 2 was that he was the one who really pushed the idea of getting more intelligence and coming up with a plan and just really spearheaded the whole invasion idea.
I was involved. Please tell me about it.
Smithering, sir. Now this is from personal letters of Yao Xiaobo, a legendary scholar, renowned more for his taste for adventure than research. A hero of mine. For generations, the library
Okay, no, here we go.
a resource for humans who sought knowledge for knowledge's sake.
Oh my gosh. Can you hear that? It is popping off out there. Oh my gosh, that reminds me. One of the weirdest things happened, I think yesterday, where I was just minding my own business, playing City of Heroes and watching YouTube and all that kind of thing, when all of a sudden loud, all-consuming Congo music started bellowing from the outside and filled the entire room. And I was, what is going on? And then just as I pull the curtains, the music's gone. No one's out there. There's nothing out there. It's nothing. It's bizarre. It's like the spirit of the Congo just flew through my neighborhood.
Offer a piece of their own knowledge to the collection. The librarian, Wan Shi Tong, oversaw the free exchange of wisdom, and harmony ruled. When the halls were
Yeah, Wan Chi Tong. We actually got to see him in season one in this version.
distance itself and folded his library out of the human plane, leaving a spiritual scar on the land.
A spiritual scar. I think we've seen one of these before.
Thought it was a metaphor. It's real.
It's a real metaphor, all right. We went through one into the spirit world. It's kind of terrible, actually.
Huh. Well, I'd say this one must be somewhere in the lower ring. That's
What?
the area that has undergone the most growth.
Well, at least now we have an idea where we're headed.
Wait, so
So,
the library is in Ba Sing Se?
if you find them,
I thought we were going to take Appa to the desert, but no.
Have any idea where to start?
Are we actually just going to skip the whole Appa goes missing part of the story?
Lead everyone into the spirit world again. Okay, I'm sorry. What is a spirit scar?
Because I kind of figured we were setting that up with a little bit of dialogue earlier in the season where Aang talks about how Appa's his best friend and he wouldn't know what he would do if Appa ever disappeared.
So, haunted, between worlds, nice. Three things I've avoided in my entire life. Can't wait.
Tomorrow, we'll split up and search the lower ring until we find it.
Be careful asking around. We can't trust anyone from Boston Sec.
What about people from outside Boston, say, like the refugees? I'm not sure how well they know the streets, but we can trust them.
No, that wasn't yesterday. It was day before yesterday because yesterday I finally watched
She wants to
Scarface because this DVD box has been staring me in the face for a long time,
They always want to.
and I know it's a classic, and
I know, but I can't.
maybe the library.
it's a classic, and I've been really trying to brush up on my like classic gangster movies, and unfortunately, a lot of them has just kind of rolled off my back. I don't know.
Let me guess.
I thought
Tall.
I had a certain like romance for the gangster aesthetic, but the more I watch these movies, the more I just don't really connect with them, and it's really hard to. Well, Scarface, at its heart, is about a guy with no chill who just messes up everything in his life. Like everything you could do wrong, he does wrong, and he's just really twisted, and it's a pretty depressing movie, honestly. I tried watching The Usual Suspects. I tried watching The Godfather. Um, Pretty sure I watched another like old school gangster movie. Can't remember which one, but they haven't really. Oh, Reservoir Dogs. No, not Reservoir Dogs. Goodfellas, and they just haven't clicked for me.
Suki determined as our leader she needed to maintain a vigilant watch. The Fire Nation are unpredictable, as you know.
I don't know. The last like classic gangster movie I can think of that I haven't watched yet would be uh Reservoir Dogs.
But in the meantime, we can provide housing in the city.
Uh And Scarface. I knew Scarface was based on a novel. I did not realize that there was already a Scarface movie from the 30s.
Nation state.
So that's pretty
But you're
wild.
dependent from the military forces here at the wall.
I'm not sure I understand.
They do not discuss the war inside the city. We ask that you keep our military operations confidential.
You can rely on us for the utmost discretion.
But yeah, I know I'm kind of talking over this. Honestly, I don't feel like I'm missing much. It's like I said, this series has been pretty boring. I expected it to be bad in like a hilarious, absurd way. More, how can I bend something I can't see? But for the most part, it's just been really slow and clunky, and I haven't entirely vibed with it. And also just littered with bizarre creative decisions. I mentioned the like Fire Nation deserter ghetto in in uh
Around here?
in Bossing Say. I was honestly surprised that they not did not take that
Didn't think so.
as an opportunity to introduce Zhang Zhang. Because that's the way this show has been rolling so far. They will take any opportunity to like take different plot elements and plot threads and try to fold them together to make something that is abridged but still coherent and still hits all the beats that fans want to see.
Is that pear and ginger?
And a lot of times that they just don't hit because they're all out of order and it's very alienating for fans of the original series. But we totally skipped the Zhang Zhang the deserter subplot in season one. So an entire ghetto filled with deserters. I really thought that would have been their opportunity. But I guess now we're getting our like Toph Iroh interaction. That's honestly kind of surprising. I thought they were just gonna skip over that.
This is wonderful.
And she has a great sense of smell. They never touch on
When I
that.
was little, whenever I'd get sick,
Because the whole idea is that when you're blind, all your other senses are supposed to be better, but they only ever like address her sense of hearing or touch and not smell or taste.
too dry, she'd complain. I never knew that a drink could be dry.
Did by the way, I'm sure there are
And she'd just
people watching this who already know this, but did you know
reading to make sure that I didn't
that
miss
there
anything.
is a sixth sense? Well, I mean, there's a lot more than six senses. Like, I think technically hot and cold and pressure and pain and all that, those are all different
My
senses.
parents are
But
not good people.
um, did you know that there's a sixth sense where
I'm thinking about
on the way to your brain, your sense of smell and your sense of taste combine to form a sense of flavor? And that's why people associate smells with tastes and vice versa. That's why when you smell something that you know is going to taste good, you can tell.
Most of the mistakes we made were choices that felt right in the moment.
Just something I thought was really cool.
do you ever choose money over people's lives? That's what my parents did.
I made lots of choices to protect my family. Now I can see that some of them were misguided. But still, I would choose to protect my nephew over anyone else.
Do you think that's what he wants?
Mm.
I'm not sure. Do your parents know what you want?
I think so.
What?
As we get older,
That's not really true, is it?
words to tell each other what we want.
Whoa.
show that they could change.
Okay, she's kind of flip flopping in this scene.
It takes true courage to change. I would say it doesn't hurt to ask, but I guess sometimes asking is what hurts the most.
I should be paying attention to this. It is two of my favorite characters talking. And the scene where they talk in the cartoon was one of my favorite scenes.
Anyway, thanks for the drink. And the advice, of course.
Thank you.
And that was kind of a cold line from Toph, and not cold in a good way.
True delight.
Saying that she doesn't know if she wants to give her parents a chance. I mean,
Stranger.
in spite of everything, uh, Toph was still under the surface pretty broken up about feeling like she had to run away from her parents to be herself. And she thought about them more than she let on initially.
Thank you very much, Judy.
Pardon the interruption.
Cultural Minister, what an honor.
Just a quick visit. I could not miss the opportunity to meet the famed Kyoshi warriors. I am Langfeng, Cultural Minister to the Earth King. A humble gift. Delicacies from your home island.
Cultural Minister, it is an honor and a relief to meet a nobleman who reports directly to the king. The Kyoshi warriors pledge absolute fealty to his grace.
His Majesty will be pleased.
My warrior sisters and I undertook great risks to capture the High Commander of the Fire Nation forces, and we want to be sure that the Earth King himself has a chance to interrogate this asset.
I'm sure he will be kept abreast of the information gathered from the prisoner who's being held.
By General Sung. They cautioned us to be discreet about what we say in the city, so I do hope I haven't overstepped.
Of course not. Please, let Judy know if you need anything. Judy, a quick word?
What did you make of his body language, Tylee?
He almost popped a blood vessel when you said General Sung's name.
He clearly didn't know about Tran being held prisoner.
Ooh.
You really think he'll tell the king? Information is power to someone like him.
You know what? That was a cool scene too. I like them using words very judiciously in their conversation to try and schmooze along and get what they want. Also interesting to see Azula, May, and Tylee actually working as a team to suss out like body language and subtle hints about a person's nature and true intentions. Usually it's Azula who does it all by herself in the cartoon. But I'm not averse to this way of doing it either.
Sure, much like that. You're gonna melt it down for scrap anyway. Unless you're buying a teapot for your granny. 15, 20, 16, 19, 17, 17 and a half. Deal. Deal.
Interesting.
Hey, Jet.
Oh boy.
You can go.
Traitor! Can't believe you defended those people from the Fire Nation.
Man, the whole like water blast into freezing people to the wall, that really has become the meta in this show, isn't it? Like that is her go-to trick for solving any situation. Just water blast, freeze. Bam. That's how her action scenes are usually resolved in this show, it feels like. And it's a little boring.
Some kind of flame over now?
bunch of powerless people being bullied by looters.
I don't need a lecture from you. I know about all that do-gooding crap you've been up to in that disguise of yours. Healing the sick, feeding the poor. You should know your little act isn't changing anyone's lives.
I came here because we need your help. I'm looking for a place in the lower ring, and you know your way around the streets. It's for the war.
Sorry. Not a freedom fighter anymore. Too risky.
You hate the Fire Nation enough to pick on a bunch of helpless people, but you can't do one thing to fight the real enemy.
No. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go find a new buyer. Since you chased the last one off, and I was kind of hoping to eat tonight.
I'll buy it. I'll buy it if you can help us. I'll pay you double.
Triple and it's a deal.
8 hours of walking and all we found were those fried flour potatoes. Gave me indigestion.
Hey, I got someone who could help.
Yeah, don't tell me you ate 5 potatoes all by yourself.
Katara, how could you bring him here?
Who is this guy?
I'm Jed.
He's a bad guy. He tried to kill Ruby.
Hey, if you guys don't want my help, I can just go.
He knows where the spirit scar is.
We don't need help from a terrorist who tried to overthrow the government. Oh wait, we're kind of trying to overthrow the government now, aren't we?
I like him. He stands with attitude.
You hated him before. Why are we supposed to trust him now?
We don't need to trust him. I'm not asking you to. You just need to trust me.
Good trick, see? Sarah knows her Manning is whipped.
Just heading out. Thanks. Not yet. Not until we talk. We can talk later. Zuko, we put this off for too long. Sit down, please.
Man, I like doing streaming with the natural lighting, but the glare on the screen is really annoying. Especially in dark scenes like this.
You said I was angry. It wasn't right to blame you for what's happened to me. No. It was right. Everything you said was right. When my son died, I ran from my responsibility. I should have stood up. Every day I saw my brother with the crown. I felt it. What he did to you. I have been trying to be a father to you because I know how your father is. But I've also been trying to turn you into the man I hoped New 10 would be. Instead of helping you become your own man. That wasn't right. I'm sorry. And now it's time to make up for it. I'm ready to face my mistakes and correct them. I must ask you too, Zuko, to choose what kind of man you want to be. But choose for yourself. And whatever you choose, whatever path you walk down, I will always love you.
This is interesting. This is a different take on the character of Iroh that is interesting, but there's a small implication to it that's rather strange. So, in the show, or cartoon, spoilers for the cartoon, by the way, there was this plot by Ozai and Ursa to assassinate Azulon and then, like, forge his will so that Ozai would become the king instead of Iroh, right? That's why. This show seems to say that oh, Luton died, so Iroh forfeited everything in grief. He gave it up because he himself felt he was no longer fit to be the Fire Lord, and so he surrendered his birthright to his younger brother, which is very interesting. Um, I'm not sure. I don't know. It feels a little weird in this show the more that I think about it because Iroh was always really patriotic, right? Even in the last moments of the war, it pained him to burn his own flag, right? So even if, like, it wasn't as much about the grief of losing his son, it was it was a personal experience that woke him up to the pointless brutality of war as a whole. It wasn't that he couldn't take it anymore. It's not that he wanted, it's that he saw that it was wrong. It was wrong, and he saw in what happened to Lieutenant what had been happening to pretty much everyone on all sides. Just really pointless death. It also woke him up to how his own dogmas were blinding himself to that loss of life. That just in believing in this state approved notion of destiny, like really basically manifest destiny, but backwards. Or not really, but it's a Western force going east. That's what I mean by it. It's still wrong. It's still the same horrible thing. Um, he started to open his eyes to how it was really just propaganda that was really hijacking his sense of uh, self worth and ambition. And it was that combined with the trauma of being betrayed by almost all of the family he had left. But like lost his father, first lost his son, then lost his father, then lost his birthright to his little brother who betrayed him. His sister in law was banished, never saw her again. Uh, his niece is awful. His nephew, he can see him turning into the same monster that that Zuko's father, Iroh's little brother, is. It was all a lot of traumatic stuff that happened almost all at once that turned Iroh into the person that he is. And this, it's just the one thing that shaped Iroh into just, I don't know, a broken and kind of secretly selfish person. Where he has given up and he's disgraced and he admits to trying to sate his like unrequited like paternal desires through Zuko. Now, there's a difference between a character being a worse person and a worse character. I don't think Iroh's a worse character, even if he is a worse person in this show. Um, I don't know. I will probably have to see where the series goes as a whole, but so far I'm still, obviously still on the side of the cartoon. The cartoon is just so masterfully crafted. Like even the parts that people say are bad, like the filler and stuff like the Great Divide or whatever, like still good. I find still important character building components, but I don't know. I'm still trying to stay open minded. Uh, the because the first season hit me real rough because I was adverse to all of the like really wild, whacked out changes they made, and I still don't really think that they're for the best. Trying to tackle a whole bunch of episodes at once is really, really chaotic and doesn't do the pacing any favors. But more and more, I'm trying to push past the barrier of just expecting things to be the same but in live action and trying to accept this as an adaptation. And I'm also trying to push past the fact that this season started off pretty rocky, pretty slow, but it is, I think, starting to get better in terms of like character oriented writing and interpersonal dialogue, all that kind of thing. We'll see. So far, this episode, actually not that terrible. One thing I will say though is I feel like Appa and Momo have been horribly misused. Misused and neglected. And it's not that they were terribly important characters. A lot of time, in the even in the cartoon, Appa was mostly a mode of transportation, but the cartoon was just so good at reincorporation and keeping balls in the air that you never lost track of Appa or Momo in the action. And even though they were minor characters, they still had a part to play in, I'm going to go ahead and say, most episodes as far as I can recall. But in this, they are neglected for long, long stretches of time where they just don't really feel important at all. That's one thing where the live action is definitely weaker.
Bath salts. All of that roughing it, you know? Oh, yes. I know just the vendor. There's the grocer back there. And the bookish woman. And Judy is clearly a spy. This place is crawling. The military and city rulers are in a cold war, and order is maintained through secret police and paranoia. Do you know what fuels all of this distrust or animosity? Weakness. The Earth King is weak. Maybe under the influence of some shadow ruler.
Mm.
If there is a shadow ruler, they would be the key. You might be open to listening to reason. As long as they're more afraid of losing control than they are of me. That hardly seems possible. It'd be fairly simple to catch my brother if I had a network of spies at my disposal. All we have to do now is figure out who the shadow ruler is. How do we do that? Unfortunately, we're going to have to do it the easy way. Oh, Judy, yes?
Wow. Okay. Okay. That escalated quickly.
Hello. Again.
I suspected it might be you. We have a lot to discuss.
So you're telling me Ben Sierra around himself and us. That's why we don't swallow any flies when we're riding on top of him.
Huh. Okay. Interesting. You know, here's the thing, right? I It was never that well explained in the cartoon how Appa flies. They say here in this adaptation it's him bending the air around him, but Appa is like this giant, super heavyweight creature. Like, no stiff breeze could possibly lift him up in the air. It would have to be nothing less than like an F5 tornado. There would be this massive, like, skin ripping vortex around Appa at all times to keep him suspended in the air if that were the case. The other explanation, which is equally unfortunate, is in the Legend of Korra. They sort of build upon the idea of airbenders being able to just like Superman away, right? Freaking Henry Rollins, whatever his character's actual name was, internalized the airbending philosophy to the point that he became enlightened and detached, and that gave him the power of the freaking Superman flight, right? And I got to do this every time I say Superman flight for some reason. I don't know, I can't help talking with my hands. Um, but Legend of Korra is terrible, so I don't want to listen to anything it has to say about the world building. I mean, this was the series that introduced the idea that the Avatar state actually works completely different, completely different. Uh, and it just tacks on like all this extra stuff that is spiritually and philosophically confused, um, plagued with half formed themes. Um, the entire like Avatar 1 flashback, whatever story about the first Avatar ever, just felt like a mess. It was honestly quite terrible. And so there's just a lot about that was also the show that really like dumbed down the choreography, right, to where instead of the different bending styles feeling different, it just feels a lot like you just punch and then like a beam of your element of choice shoots out. Like you punch out a rock, you punch out some air, you punch out some water, you punch out some fire. It's all just the same, and there isn't really a lot of that martial arts aesthetic anymore. And it was annoying and confusing. And then the third option is to just listen to the cartoon, the original cartoon, the original Avatar The Last Airbender, where there is no explanation whatsoever. Appa can just Superman because he can Superman, and that's all there is to it. And honestly, I'd rather take that. I'd rather take no explanation over a bad explanation. I can just accept that Appa can Superman. At no point in the cartoon did I ever really question it. It's just something Appa can do, and that's all there is to it. It just seems like anytime they try to explain it, there's some sort of problem. Whether it's because of this like faulty understanding of airbending in this adaptation that you can just Again, it's like when Aang could Superman in episode 1 of season 1 of Flixbender, or when he could float like a heavy iron object over to himself. Being able to bend the air around a thing is de facto being able to bend the thing. Like in this sense, Aang can already water bend and earth bend and fire bend, because as long as he can bend the air around it, he can bend the thing. He can always bend the thing as long as there's air around it. And it's just not the way I think airbending should work, because that just makes, I don't know, that makes it feel like very unbalanced and overpowered. The irony being that airbending in the original show was actually like the most underpowered form of bending. Um, Whether it's that or again Legend of Korra, where you put forth this idea, but it is hindered by the baggage of then entertaining and accepting every other uh, heavily flawed, preposterous assertion about the world bending of Avatar made by the series as a whole. And I just can't. I can't accept uh Kuvira or whatever it was called, the big magic flying carpets, tapeworm, glowing glowing drapery thing. It's stupid, very stupid.
Found this spot when I first got here. Only stayed a night. Bad dreams.
This is the place. I can almost feel it through the air. Thank you, Jed.
Job's done, so here. You can go now.
So what happens now?
Well, Aang's gonna meditate. We're gonna get pulled out of our bodies, and Appa and Momar are gonna stand guard.
Well, this is quite exciting. So, you're just gonna float around? Like ghosts?
Not quite. We'll be solid, but we won't be able to bend. You'll want to step back. You might accidentally get sucked in.
Wait, so hold on. No bending? It sounds like you might need backup in there.
Okay, will you just make up your mind already?
Maybe I can help.
Alrighty. Let's do this, guys.
Interesting. Okay. This idea of like Aang can like suck people into the spirit world with him, like freaking Code Lyoko, like downloading people into the freaking mainframe or whatever. Um, I'm not sure that I am very happy about this idea either, because this is almost like there's a theme here that is misplaced. So much of the first season was about how the Avatar has to do things alone, how he has to face danger head on, and he has to be the protector, and bringing friends in with him into that danger just causes problems and compromises, and it's just not a good idea. But then uh Aang, he rejects that idea and says, I'm gonna do the Avatar thing my own way. I'm strongest when I'm with my friends. And along with that, there's this ability for him to bring people into the spirit world with him. In the cartoon, there were themes of detachment where you could be friends with someone, but you could never be too close to them because you had to make peace with the fact that they would be gone from your life at some point. You had to maintain a certain sense of detachment. Like even though you could be friends with someone, there was just a certain dimension to any given relationship that you had to give up on in order to be spiritually enlightened and have all the power that comes with it. But for the most part, the whole Aang being friends and having a team thing, that's fine. That's not really challenged in the cartoon. Except when it comes to the spirit stuff, where that's pretty much Aang all by himself, no bending, and he just has to use his diplomacy and his empathy in order to get through. It's it's like they say over and over again. He's the bridge, the bridge, the arbitrator basically between humans and spirits. He going into the spirit world was never about, freaking boxing the spirits in order to get them to do what you want. It's about appeasement and understanding. It's every opportunity for Aang to flex what defines him as a character, really. Because all the stuff I described, that is absolutely 100% in Aang's wheelhouse. Because he is an air nomad, an airbender. That's the way he was raised, and so he is very spiritual and very empathetic and compassionate and all that good stuff. So, this is trying to. I feel like doing it in this way in Flixbender, the themes are muddled in addition to being weaker. This really should be a thing that Aang does by himself. Especially since it just makes for more diverse action. The idea that Aang can just bring his team with him, and so they're always together and there's always that interpersonal dynamic. It means that scenes in the spirit world aren't really all that different from scenes outside of the spirit world. And it just makes things more boring, I think. Uh, Couple that with the fact that, the one time that we saw Sokka and Katara go into the spirit world, we also got like the worst scene ever where it turns out that uh Cobra Commander, what was Sokka's dad's name? Hakoda, uh was actually like the scum of the earth and is just really terrible. And that's an example of someone being a terrible person and a terrible character.
I don't believe it.
There's something there. Something beyond the door. I can feel it.
Feel what?
Huh. This is definitely an interesting way of doing it, where the spirit library actually is spiritual. Ooh, that's cool. I have an issue with this though, because Toph's whole thing is being able to sense things through like acute tac- tactile like reception. She feels vibrations with her feet. If she's in this explicitly non-physical world where everything is spiritual, wouldn't that make her like more blind than blind because she can't feel anything because there's nothing to feel?
acoustics and vibrations in here is sweet.
That's kind of weird, Toph being excited to be in this library.
The library is closed to humans. I said. Oh, it's you again.
You're that owl.
The spirit of knowledge.
My name is Quan Shi Tong, he who knows 10,000 things.
You talk human now?
And yet you still don't comprehend. This world is not for humans. You should have learned that after your dalliance with Cole.
Wan Shi Tong. I'm the bridge between the human and spirit world.
Go home.
I, Great Spirit, and Professor Zay, a fellow scholar,
I cannot. This library has been off limits to humans ever since firebending spies turned an entire wing to ash. Because they feared the information within would be used to defeat them on the battlefield.
We wouldn't do that. I'm a friend of the spirit world.
I know of your misadventures, boy Avatar.
Hold on a second. I gotta take a little break because I need more Dwinky Dwink. And maybe a small bathroom break. I'll be right back, okay? Hold on, I'll go ahead and put this on. Nope, that's the wrong thing. The wrong thing? The wrong thing. Whatever. Be right back. All right. We're back in there. I also took the opportunity to turn down the AC. I forgot to do that before stream, and it is honestly burning up in here. Also need to just clear out my nose a little bit. I don't know why, but my nose has been getting really dry during stream, and so I just need to clear out my nasal passages.
The murder of Twee and the fury of La. The fury you harnessed to destroy your enemy. Your world is at war, and you desire to win that war. How could I trust your intentions are pacific?
what about the rule?
Pacific. Wait, is that what the word Pacific means? Pacific definition. Peaceful in character or intent. Okay. Huh. Interesting. I never knew that. I never put those two things together.
That a person only need offer their own.
Oh, wait. I just realized I'm doing the thing again. I'm doing the thing where I'm watching Netflix on the wrong browser. It's only Waterfox. Dang it, I really need to. For some reason, I default to Firefox when I want to watch Netflix, but it's it. There we go. Nope. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Resume.
Offer their own worthy knowledge to be admitted.
There we go. That's better. I mean, you're still not allowed to see too much, just because it's Netflix. But
I offer this on our behalf.
Is this the map
it's better than absolutely nothing.
It is.
a worthy offering, Professor? Promise that no knowledge gained within these walls will be used to harm anyone.
You have our word.
Very well.
How will we find what we're looking for?
There are library assistants. Perhaps you'll find one. But the library works in its own way. It may choose to show you what you want, but it will certainly lead you to the knowledge that you need.
Okay, that's interesting.
Not forget your promise.
All right, let's split up into teams of two. We need to find proof of the comet and when it will be coming.
Let's go.
This reminds me of Page Master. I watched that movie an unhealthy amount as a child.
The collected essays of. No.
The scene with the like paint dragon, used to terrify me as a child.
Professor Zay?
Oh, I'm sorry. I know to come first and then on to these treasures.
No, it's okay. If you want to stop and read, I can go ahead and look for where the.
Oh, I'd like that very much. Yes.
Okay. Excuse me? Are you a library assistant?
You're Fox.
I knew another fox. Well, she was a white fox in the spirit world, but she was a human out there. Her name was Yue. Do you know her? She here? This is the spirit world. She can be here, right? That feels like a yes.
Ooh.
See the avatar section.
There's. Wait, hold on. What?
Must be the avatar section.
So there's the lion turtle. The lion turtle has a city on its back. Oh, blood. Oh, nah, blood. It's Avatar 1. Keep Legend of Korra out of this, man. That series sucked. I don't want to know nothing about no Avatar 1, okay? Golly.
Race characters? Man, this library rules.
One of the previous avatars must have experienced the comet and knows what it does.
All right, well, I'll get reading.
So in this series, Toph can read as long as they're raised characters. So I guess in the world of Avatar, they have their own version of Braille. There's Yang Chen, one of my favorite avatars.
That one was a decoy. Pure fiction. But you can ask me
That's cool looking. You know, this set is pretty cool. I like this.
Are we just supposed to read books until we find an answer?
I don't know.
It's a bit of an odd section given how anti-war that bird's speech was.
There must be something in here we're supposed to learn.
How to win an unwinnable war?
So how are you, Aang?
It's been hard. We brought these refugees to Ba Sing Se, and when we got here, I trusted this guy, Mong Pei. But he was a liar, and the Great Comet's on the way back, and I don't feel like I can trust anyone. Feels like even my friends are keeping things from me.
I spent most of my life dealing with spies and liars.
Oh, okay.
Guidance on trusting people, you've come to the right place.
You know, as much as I love Yang Chen, she is central to my absolute favorite scene in all of the Last Airbender. We never knew much about her time as the Avatar, her duties and her struggles.
Man, she is something. Finding my life entertaining?
What?
Who are you? Kyoshi. Where's Aang?
No,
He's back there somewhere.
you can't be here.
I'm the earthbending teacher, by the way. But you're a child. Yeah, well, you're dead.
No, 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 you can't be here. You can't talk to anyone other than the Avatar because you are the Avatar. No, 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 no. You got this all. First off, I forgot to put this in full screen again. You got this all twisted. The avatars, the avatars are not different spirits that all have the same job. They are all the same spirit with the same job. Like Aang is Kyoshi, and he's Yang Chen, and he's Kuruk and Roku. He is all these people reincarnated. That's what reincarnation is. It is the old spirits in a new form and a new vessel. When Aang goes and like communicates with these past lives, he's not talking to other spirits. It's not like a ghost of someone who's dead. He is that person living, talking to a vision of his past self. No one but the avatar can talk to past avatars because they as they were before no longer exist. They only exist as part of him. So Kyoshi can't be here. She can't be here because she's too busy being Aang. Like she is all gone. You got this so twisted up. You don't get it at all. This is wrong. It's wrong that unless this is a vision that Toph is having of Kyoshi. Also, I just want to comment. How bizarre is it that, this is Toph's spirit. Her spirit has left her body. It is now in the spirit world. But she's still blind, which is a physical limitation, a physical disability. When she's a spirit, she should be able to see in a spiritual way. She should, when you think about it, if this is truly a spirit library where it is an entirely spiritual existence, whereas in the cartoon, it was physical. It was brought into from the spirit world into the physical world and made physical. Then Toph shouldn't really have trouble reading the letters because she is a spirit reading spiritual letters. I don't know. I feel like this scene is not being used to its full creative potential. Not enough care was given to the implications of the characters becoming spirits and entering a spiritual world. There's more room, right, to bend the rules and change things. This could have been our first chance to know a Toph that sees, but we keep her blind. She's left her physical body behind, and her spirit is still blind. That's kind of messed up. I don't know. It feels like a really boring way to do it. Also, I want to point this out. If I can just go back a little bit.
Man, she is something. Finding my life entertaining? Who are you? Kyoshi.
This is not the Toph way. Why, if okay, so at this point we've accepted the idea that even though it's the spirit world, for some reason Toph is exactly the same as she is in the physical world, where she can't see, she can only hear and feel in order to like perceive her surroundings for the most part. So why then does she turn to face the spirit who just spoke to her? That's not really gonna help. There's no point to it. It's not gonna She's not making eye contact. She can't make proper eye contact with anybody because she can't see. Shouldn't she do the Toph thing and turn her ear towards the person she's talking to in order to better hear them?
Where's Aang? He's back there somewhere. I'm the earthbending teacher, by the way.
And again, just completely reject this idea. I reject the idea because one, this can't be the spirit of Kyoshi. The spirit of Kyoshi lives in Aang. Aang's spirit and Kyoshi's spirit are one and the same. And two, even if she is just a vision and not really a spirit, Aang should still really only be the only person that can talk to her and see her. This is stupid.
But you're a child. Yeah, well, you're dead. Is this normal for you? Do you like jump out of books all the time, or is this just a spirit library thing? It's a being close to the avatar thing. What's your name? Toph. Bayfong. I just like your family greatly. Yeah, well, me too. What do you want from the avatar? I just want to teach him earthbending. I mean, I ran away from my family to do it. Your family is not so easy to escape. So I'm finding. I guess I thought I did escape. With Aang and Katara and Sokka.
Mm. Ugh, can you hear that?
I've had friends. A new family. I guess so. I really, really don't want to let them down. You will. Eventually, in some way. But if you've chosen your friends well, they'll understand. What if they don't? Because of who I am. You worry too much about your surname. My parents were not good people either. Who were your parents? Exactly.
Interesting. Well, that scene was really stupid and pointless. Was that really the only reason Kyoshi talked to Toph, to just give her a vibe check?
Am I supposed to pull that?
Whoa. Isn't this kind of like the Lotus cities in Legend of Korra? All big and metallic and such? I will say this is making better use of the whole like spiritual slant to the spirit library where we're witnessing physically impossible things. Before it was just a big machine. I want the moon to turn around and it's UA's face like the end of Aladdin. Made you look.
Yeah, Aang and Katara sound the plan man now.
No, they don't.
Person who comes up with a solution.
No, we skipped that part. Maybe I skipped it. Maybe I talked over it. I don't know.
Had been this person back then, that day. Could I have saved you? Or am I only this person now? Because of them?
I don't really think you need to be the man of the plan, just the man who, like,
In my time, I was betrayed by one of my
just the person to brain Admiral Zhao with a boomerang, like, maybe 1 minute earlier.
closest friends.
So he didn't stab that fish.
Wang Feng was a liar. You just knew you needed help. Without putting trust in others, the weight of this role will crush you.
But I thought I knew people. I thought that I could see if there was good in them, and if I needed to, convince them to be good.
That's a lot to ask of yourself. You can't control other people. You can only control your own actions.
And my actions need to be better. I need to be so much better than I am.
Every avatar feels like they're the most important avatar that ever lived. But we all make mistakes. I thought I was so successful at maintaining peace. But my actions angered the spirit world, and Avatar Kirk paid a huge price. No avatar can succeed at balancing everything forever.
That's interesting. Could we talk more about that?
Need a next avatar.
What did you do, Yang Chen?
That's a little comforting. At least I know if I don't accomplish everything, there will always be another one after me.
Mm,
There isn't. When you're in the avatar state,
yeah, we haven't talked about this yet, have we?
the power of all the previous avatars. If you die in that state, the cycle will cease.
No reincarnation? The end of the Avatar forever.
Correct. And the world will fall out of balance forever.
Well, fine. It's fine. I can't really control it anyway, so I don't abuse it.
Not yet. But as your mastery of the elements grows, your control of the avatar state grows too. First, bringing yourself into it and out of it at will. Then, precision.
So now that I can waterbend and earthbend.
You're probably stronger than you know.
So,
That's not really how it worked in the cartoon. And I don't really think that's an unfair comparison. I very much liked how the Avatar state was handled in the cartoon. I mean, it was basically Aang speed running the entire Buddhist religion in a single episode, but that that scene in like part 2 of the series finale where he talks to Yang Chen was so powerful and eye-opening. Like it really did have an impact on my life and my philosophy, and I very much loved it. Like one of my favorite scenes in any cartoon ever, really. It just feels this feels like way cheaper. Like, oh, you just automatically get better at the avatar state as long as you just level up your bending. Like that's not nearly as interesting. Also, we're kind of glossing over the fact, and I'm really glad that I watched the first season again because I really forgot about it. Um, we're skipping over the fact that the first time Aang ever went into the Avatar state, well, after freezing himself in a block of ice, um, he does bring himself out of the Avatar state. So he already does kind of have that down.
use the Avatar state against the Fire Nation. I could tell the king that's the plan if I needed to.
And I implore you, wield this power wisely.
engineered golden nettles, and I couldn't risk being identified.
Um, that's also like really poking holes in the scene we just had with Kiyoshi and Toph, letting you know that, hey, the reincarnation thing is still here, so how can Kiyoshi still be here if Aang
You know much
exists?
about Frank? He seems like he'd understand.
I don't need him to, though. And I don't need you to either. It's just something that I had to do.
So you looked in the mirror, decided to do something just for you, and you became a hero. A masked Avenger? I looked in the mirror and became a lying thief. Useless to everyone.
You had your money. You could have gone. But you came with us. Because you do want to help. You're still a freedom fighter, whether you admit it or not.
Ooh. I like all the props in this scene.
Is that the Duke's helmet?
Wait, what?
When the Fire Nation invaded, he was always the first one to volunteer. Kept saying, I trained for this. Yeah, kind of.
Wait, the Duke's not dead, is he?
We struck back. Insurgents. We knew every inch of the city, and we wouldn't let them move freely without filling our stake.
I thought we saw them on the boat. All the freedom fighters.
One day, they were ready for us. It was an ambush in Pipsqueak and the Duke.
Oh.
I didn't see what happened to Pipsqueak, but I picked up the Duke and I ran. I ran as far, as fast as I could. By the time I stopped to check him, he was already cold.
Wow. Okay.
We were kids playing at war, and then a real war came. Every single one of them would still be alive if they never met me.
It's not your fault.
And kind of
Fire Nations.
an unceremonious off-screen send-off to, I wouldn't necessarily say an iconic character, but I mean, it's the last Airbender. Like, people love all the characters to some extent. So I'm sure there's someone out there who would say that their favorite character is the Duke. And then he gets off screens and Jet talks about it way later.
You did good. You taught them to stand up.
Ugh.
They would love you for that, I'm sure.
They're better off without me. Everyone is.
We are in serious trouble. There's this comet coming, and it's supposed to supercharge the firebenders. And we have to tell the Earth King about it, but we have no proof or any idea of when it's going to come.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You're holding the proof in your hands. The Great Comet came twice during my life. It does make firebending stronger, but it also made my firebending stronger.
Wait. The comic comes once every 100 years, right? So did Kyoshi live over 100 years? Dang. Kyoshi built different.
Avatar can maintain balance. So you put it all in here?
Yes. I tracked the orbital cycle of the comet, so its arrival should be simple to calculate. In fact, I tracked all the periods when the other elements were stronger or weaker.
Wait, so
What?
is there a time when firebenders are weaker?
Yes, during a solar eclipse, or as they call it, the Day of Black Sun.
Shouldn't this be Sokka finding this out? Man. It's all over the place. There's not enough balance, really. Like, Sokka, he's he's too tied up in his little plot about UA to be doing the thing he's supposed to be doing, which is like taking charge of his quest to get military intelligence. So now it's Toph who's doing it instead because she didn't get enough spotlight in her debut episode when they decided that they were going to skip over the fight where she fights all the Earth Rumble contestants all at the same time. It's just I don't know. This is just very confusing role reversal. This conversation shouldn't be happening. Toph shouldn't be the one doing this. It's just it's not it's not in her role, it's not in her character. And this talk of tracking when all the elements are weaker or stronger, like what, airbending and earthbending too? They don't really have that celestial slant to their stuff where they correspond with like the stars and the moon and the sun and all that. Not as far as I know.
They're bending entirely.
That's it. I have to go. Sokka! Sokka!
Sokka, we got it.
Oh my gosh, they just teleported?
In Kyoshi's diary, the firebenders are supercharged by the comet, right? Well, they lose their bending entirely on the day of the solar eclipse. They'll be helpless.
So if there's an eclipse before the comet arrives,
Then that's the day we attack.
no way! This is the room where we can figure that out. This room tracks the movement of everything in the sky, so if we test the dates before the comet arrives and there's an eclipse, we can kiss those assholes goodbye.
Is this for real?
What do you mean?
Today, right now, we might actually find a way to beat the Fire Nation.
We have a shot. Thanks to you.
Bro, are you good? Iroh's gonna stop him, isn't he? This is gonna be the Lake Lao guy moment, but instead of Appa, it's Aang. This is like a melding of the Lake Lao guy moment and the North Pole moment. Here's my question though: why did Appa and Momo just wander off on their own? Yes, Zuko? And then they just wander back into the scene. What was the point of that? Well, so Iroh didn't actually show up. Zuko just decided to quit all on his own.
Zuko? I had him. I couldn't do it. I've got you. I've got you. Mr.
Okay.
Librarian?
What is it, Scholar?
I understand now why you took this place from the human world. We're infected with ignorance, greed.
Bruh, are you really gonna be a narc?
So, that's why I have to inform you of a violation of the rules.
How far out are we from today?
Wow, what is it with this show turning people into horrible monsters? Like this scholar guy, uh, a disgusting, despicable narc who's trying to ruin the Avatar's plan to save the world. And Akoda is a terrible father who doesn't have the guts to be straightforward with his son about his shortcomings and how he needs to be better. Instead, he just whines about how he's not good enough. And Zuko steals from a pregnant couple. Just, ugh. People in this version of the Last Airbender just seem worse. Iroh's worse. We talked about that.
The eclipse.
I can't believe it. We have it. The day of Black Sun. We know it.
I knew you couldn't be trusted.
Wait, no. You don't understand. This isn't about hurting people. It's about saving lives.
Saving your lives through war.
Wait a minute. How did you even find out?
He informed me of your wrongdoing in exchange for access to this library for all eternity.
Professor? How could you?
You broke your promise.
Unfortunately, Professor, you may not enjoy eternity much.
What?
You use what you learned here to harm your friends. You'll be the first to pay the price.
No, I'm a scholar. Like you.
Wow. Even Wan Shi Tong, who is already a pretty big heel. bro, bro actually just did the meme. He just straight up, he's just gone. They just turned down the opacity on my man's. He's just just delete layer. Oh man. Oh, that was good. Oh wow. Oh, that's good. I might have to clip that. I might seriously have to clip that. I might seriously have to clip that.
Talk, go. We're right behind you.
What? But you can't earthbend. You can't earthbend. No, this is impossible. The whole point of becoming a spirit and entering into the spirit world is that you can't bend anymore. We were just talking about you can't bend. You're breaking your own rules. Man, and I thought the show was getting better.
I'll distract him. The rest of you get past him and get out.
No. I'll do it.
You can't fight it. No, we'll figure it out.
Do me a favor.
Man, whatever. This is stupid.
Time to trim those feathers.
Whatever, man. I don't even care anymore. Yeah, whatever. At this point, I'm just waiting for this episode to be over. Get moving, blood. Come on. Oh, no, wait. Was it the... No, wait, what? I thought Toph... Did I miss something? I'm gonna scroll back, because I feel like there's something I'm missing. Did Toph go back to her body already, and that's what this is? Did I miss the part where... Oh, that's what... Oh my gosh, that scene was so fleeting that I completely missed it. I thought it was Toph in the library earthbending while she was in the library. That's what that was. I got confused. That was me. That was my bad. I got confused. I did not understand that. I got mixed up in the action. Okay, well now we can go back. Now we can resume.
We have to get him out somehow. How? I don't know. We have to go back in. How do we get him out? No, he's gone.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Wan Chi Tong just deleted another layer. The way that people's bodies just disappear is unintentionally hilarious. The way they just lose opacity.
Wait. Where's Otto?
No, no, some people came and they took him.
Took him where?
I don't know. I was. Look, I tried to stop them.
Who took him?
I don't know.
Great acting, bro. You wanna put a little more emotion into that? That was okay. That was kind of a limp ending. But whatever. Next episode. Dude, you barely tried calling for Appa. I mean, if you're really desperate, I mean, it's not like Appa, Appa. Shouldn't it be like Appa? Where are you? Appa?
Let them take off.
Hey, stop it. We barely got out of there. Toph did what she could.
It wasn't enough.
She saved us.
I don't care. The Earth King can help us once we tell him about our plans. There's only one plan now. Find Appa. I don't care about anything else.
We will find him. But it's like Sokka said. Our best chance of finding him is going to the king.
I'm going to find Appa. Don't wait for me.
Hey. Jet couldn't make it out. It was because of him that we got away. Aang's right. I should have held it open longer.
You did everything you could.
Okay, now this episode is the parable of the two dragons, so. Ooh, I think I know what this episode is gonna be. So we just had the moment where uh Zuko for the first time ever chose to go against his mission of capturing the Avatar, right? So now I figure what we're gonna do is we're going to skip ahead because that's what the series does all the time. Is we skip ahead, like we skipped ahead to the Painted Lady and all that. We're probably gonna skip ahead to the revelation about um, Avatar Roku and Fire Lord Sozin because it's at this point in season 2 where uh, where Zuko becomes ill as sort of the psychosomatic effect of him going against his own agenda and everything that he's been taught. And Ira talks to him about the inner turmoil as having an effect on his physical body. So this show being the way it is probably going to fold in the talk later about Avatar Roku and Fire Lord Sozin and how they relate to Zuko and the conflict between the two sides of himself. I'm just going to go ahead and guess that that's what this is.
A fever is the fire of change. If you survive it, it burns away your old self and gives you new life.
Oh, this is creepy. Oh, this is so creepy. Okay. Very basic plot, not much to it. Oh dang, we're tripping. We are tripping. Ooh, I'm getting the vibes of like the caravan from Psychonauts.
Is that what you think I am? A monster?
But no matter what happens, stay together. Remember who you are.
She's gone, Zuko.
She doesn't matter. She never mattered.
Dang. You know, the cinematography up till now has been pretty utilitarian. The cinematography and the editing and everything. I like how this is finally getting like. I like how this is getting like actually super duper trippy.
Compassion is a science.
Interesting. Wait, I thought in the cartoon the blue dragon was evil. Oh, but in this we're making like a parallel, not to Azula with her blue fire, but to the blue spirit. So I guess in this version it does make sense.
I gotta admit, the plan isn't planning like usual.
Yeah, well, Papa was a big part of it.
I know. He's an important member of the team. He really carries us.
Aang's been out all night. Should we go look for him?
Found him!
No. I haven't.
Hey. Are you okay?
No. Let's just figure out how to see the Earth King. Sokka was right. That's the fastest way to find out.
Look, Aang, about what happened.
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, then let's talk about the plan.
Right. The plan. We just need to figure out how to get through the palace guards, the Dai Li, and the countless impenetrable walls.
Okay, so we're walking straight into a prison.
What? No. What kind of maniac would do that?
What do you believe you can gain from walking into this prison?
You're the one who stands to gain.
I don't stand to gain anything. I'm just a humble servant to the crown.
I'll indulge your charade if it makes you more comfortable. I'm looking for a fugitive from the Fire Nation. In exchange for the Earth King's assistance, I'll provide you the names of the generals who are conspiring to discredit you.
Me? The cultural minister?
Yes, somehow they got the idea that you're a sort of shadow ruler who commands a network of spies to maintain a chokehold over this whole city.
And you have names of these conspirators?
General Sung, General C2, Lieutenants Ketri, Kim, and Jean.
Very well. I will look into your accusations and let you know what I decide.
When?
It could take a few days or a few weeks.
You'll be dead by then.
You walk into this prison to negotiate, immediately give up your only leverage, and then hurl empty threats at me. Is this what passes for military prowess in the Fire Nation?
A few miles from here, there are 20,000 firebenders who have been ordered to level the wall and burn your city to the ground. Unless I tell them to stand down. That's what we call military prowess.
Even if that were true, our army will handle it, like it always has.
The army whose leaders I just named as traitors?
You don't really know who you're dealing with. I would never put the security of this city at risk.
I know exactly who you are. I can see your whole history in your eyes. You come from nothing, so you've had to claw and connive your way to power. But true power.
I feel like Azula's argument doesn't really work. I mean, yes, the generals are traitors, but they're traitors to freaking what's the name? Long Fang. Not to the Earth Kingdom, not to Ba Sing Se. They will defend Ba Sing Se.
The divine right to rule is something you're born with.
They just oppose Long Fang.
Were you born with it? Or were you born second best? You see, I know who you are too. A privileged girl, desperate to show that she deserves anything.
Even in this cell, I have more power than you could scrape together in 1,000 lifetimes. Because yours is dependent on lies and weakness and the whims of an absent monarch.
You forget, I control the Avatar. And he will wipe out your army like he wiped out the Armada in the north.
The Avatar is a child who can't control his power. In defending the North, he destroyed the North. He'll do the same to your glittering metropolis.
Wait, how do you figure?
The last thing you want is for this to come to war. I'm offering you a chance to expose your enemies as traitors and save this city. Help me find the fugitive. Give me the Avatar, and I will ensure that you are recognized and rewarded as the man who saved Ba Sing Se.
I do not make deals with the Fire Nation.
Everyone deals with the Fire Nation one way or another.
for taking care of me.
You've done the same.
I also went by work. I missed 3 shifts, so I got fired. Could you still give me a job at the tea shop?
I believe I can.
Thank you, Uncle.
Okay, how about this? Qatar creates a sudden blizzard, and the
He made little figurines of everybody.
Well, then they'll know we have a waterbender with us.
You know, I still think that disguising ourselves as pillars could work.
pillars that move.
Disguises did work for getting into a mosh pit.
Okay, so then maybe we just disguise ourselves as the Kyoshi Warriors. I heard they're in town.
They are?
Oh, yeah. I overheard someone talking about it while I was casing the palace.
We should find them. Maybe they can help.
There's no time. We need to figure this out now.
I've got it. They might be expecting the four of us, but you know who they won't be expecting? Momo. We hide in the bushes, we sit in Momo, Top and Aang can earthbend above Momo so it looks like he can earthbend.
Well, lemurs can't earthbend.
Exactly. They'll be confused. Therefore, distracted.
You guys have had all morning to come up with something, and this is the best we've got?
This is the one time my parents could be useful. They probably could just walk us right through the front door.
Right through the front door.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I've got it.
Huh?
Did I do this?
Sokka?
Okay.
Boom. Genius, right?
What is that?
I can't even see it, and I already know it's.
I like how they brought back the fact that Sokka can't draw or paint or really do creative art in any way. What are we looking at? There's a tall person with big muscles, a tiny short person with a bowl on their head. There's the charming prince from Katamari Damacy, and then a person with like 3 arms.
Boom. Genius, right?
What is that?
I can't even see it, and I already know it's bad. I'm sure Sokka will explain it.
It's us in the casks. See?
Oh, no. Are you joking right now? Is he kidding?
I'm dead serious. This is what we do. Aang and Katara get in one cask, me and Toph will get in the other one. Our amazing earthbenders will bend in a false floor.
So we can hide under the line.
And they'll just cart us right in.
Exactly.
Move your hand. No, your other hand. Sorry. It's dark. I can't see anything. Oh,
How can they not hear?
Be silent, we're approaching the palace gates. It's not the usual palace guards, it's the IB.
Wait, how do they have air? Shouldn't they be suffocating?
Yes, I have an audience with the Earth King. A gift from the agrarian zone. Wine for the palace guards.
We'll take them from here. Your officers must remain outside.
I like their outfits. They look pretty cool. I wonder if anyone in this show is going to do the thing where they like block something with their big old hats.
No one's gonna notice if only one of these ends up in a storm, right?
Oh, I like their costumes too. You know, the costumes in this show, pretty good. Pretty okay, I'd say.
I guess your little plan worked.
Ugh. Of course it did. My plans are foolproof. They always work. Where's the other cast?
What?
You mean Toph didn't notice first? She's usually the most observant, since she senses all her surroundings at once. Dude, you good? You're kind of being a creep right now. Bro, snap out of it.
Coming in? Lee? Afraid of babies?
Huh?
You were staring out there.
Oh, no, babies aren't afraid of me.
What do you think of the city so far?
It's okay, I guess.
You clearly haven't seen all the best sights.
Line.
Like, where?
Well, I could show you around a little.
Okay.
Scene is so slow and awkward.
Thank you.
I get the idea that Zuko is also kind of being slow and awkward, but oh my gosh.
Mushy. How's this?
I can't get over how much Ira just looks like Santa Claus in this version.
Dragon well tea should be steeped at a lower temperature. Otherwise, it could turn bitter.
I'll get rid of it.
No, no. We'll drink it. Bitterness has its own lessons. And once you get it right, you can savor how far you've come.
Interesting. Yes.
Let's wait a minute to be sure.
Clear, let's move.
Hey, wait.
No. I'm tired of waiting. Abed needs me just as much as I need him.
I know you're upset. We all do. And we're all here trying to help. But you need to get it under control. Because if you talk to the Earth King like this, he's not going to listen to a single word we have to say. Jet will have died for nothing. And we won't be any closer to finding Appa.
I'm trying. I'm trying, okay? I can't think straight. I miss him. Okay? I miss him.
Aang, breathe.
Okay. I'm okay.
Told you they'd be here.
Come on, we found the study.
Oh.
Found the study.
Well, that was solved. They made a whole thing out of them being separated and then they just find each other anyway. It's pretty pointless.
Minister, I have a meeting to get to. Whatever this is, let's make it quick.
It's interesting that you are so busy today, when I also can't seem to locate the Avatar and his companions. He must be busy as well.
What do you want?
A rumor has come to my attention that the military is holding a high-level Fire Nation asset in custody at the Wall without informing the Crown. This is a lie, of course, meant to cast suspicion on your loyalty to the Earth King. Isn't it?
Shocking. The lies people will tell to undermine Ba Sing Se's security.
One more thing before you go, General. The king has invited your daughter to Lake Lauda.
Oh boy. Again, the sets are pretty cool. I feel like the set design has stepped up in the second season. I can't think of any sets that really blew me away in the first season. Maybe because they used a lot of CG. Like a lot of Amashu was just CG. It wasn't like real. And you have places like the Cave of Two Lovers, which was just a cave with some glowing rocks or whatever. Not a lot of interesting locations. And this season started out pretty weak too. It was a lot of just like really like gray, overcast wetlands.
I don't think so.
But the
These flowers.
it's Kuma.
So?
They said they came from the king's garden.
Your Majesty?
Oh, yes. I'm King Quay.
And we need to talk to you.
Yes, the Avatar. I hear you've been doing good work in the city.
Well, we actually managed to sneak in.
Spiritual leadership.
We just skipped the whole like barging in through the front door thing. I guess we also skipped like Lao Guy as well.
You're an airbender. Do you know the Hanging Gardens of the Western Air Temple?
Yeah, I've been there. Avatar Yangchen was actually raised there.
There's a flower there. This silver amaranth. It changes colors throughout its blooming cycle. I would give my kingdom for the chance to see one.
And I would love to take you there. It's one of the most beautiful sights in the world, but we actually have something we need to talk to you about.
A few somethings. Serious matters, Your Majesty.
No. I have people for that sort of thing. But if you like, I can show you around the
We
royal
need to
garden.
talk to you about the war.
Yeah, your people's is dirty, man.
Politics turns my stomach.
I haven't seen a sprite lily in a while.
You know your floor.
They're not native to the Southern Water Tribe, but I have a friend who taught me a few things. Are you doing some weeding?
Yes, necessary work, but dirty.
The walls don't keep the weeds out, do they, Your Majesty? No matter how hard you might try, everything's connected. The weeds always find a way in.
What?
But with the proper help,
What is she doing?
flowers can thrive.
Oh, so she can just vine bend now? Okay, we didn't really establish that. In fact, we skipped over the swamp, so we never even knew that vine bending existed. So that's a mistake. That just kind of makes it feel like Qatar just has an inexplicable magic trick that she learned out of nowhere. So, okay.
And take action.
Sorry, I was just so distracted that I didn't catch all of their dialogue.
But dirty.
The walls don't keep the weeds out, do they, Your Majesty? No matter how hard you might try, everything's connected. The weeds always find a way in. But with the proper help, the flowers can thrive. We just have to pay attention and take action.
I understand. I'll hear you out.
So, are we just
Nope.
waiting to hear what the sky decides, or what?
Nope, we never established vine
The
bending.
decision has been made for him, he just doesn't know it yet. He did help me realize something, though. What's that? What I'm supposed to do. It's the parable of the two dragons.
I'll second.
When the world was young and the spirits roamed free, two dragons were born from the same egg.
Hold on, can you guys hear this? Mm. Uh, ah. Oh man. Ugh, I'm a little rough today. Ugh. Mm. Didn't sleep well, stayed up late, got up kind of early. Had a strange dream about people who mistook me for someone else because there's someone else in the world who looks identical to me. Very, very strange.
Even before they hatched, they competed for food. One emerged, large and powerful, Higashi. The other, weak and small.
Okay, so the parable of the two dragons is just something they invented. I thought this was going to be about the Fire Lord and the Avatar.
Nyoshu. Over time, Nyoshu learned to fend for himself, to hunt and scrounge in the dirt, somehow surviving. While Higashi was so strong he could simply sit back and steal whatever prey his twin had hunted. Higashi grew so large, he became Lord of all Dragons, whether he deserved the title or not. And the two hated each other. One day, Nyoshu slaughtered a great beast.
I'm glad that's I'm glad that Azula is just telling us the story and we're just staring at her face as we listen to her because why I don't know. Why would we, use this visual medium as a way to tell the story when we can just listen to this woman flap her gums? I can't help but think about the Great Divide. You know, widely considered to be the worst episode of the original Last Airbender. But what it did was when people would tell a story, because it was a cartoon, they would then show us the story. We saw it in a unique art style to portray the different perspectives on the same tale. And it's very interesting and gives the episode its own identity. And all in all, I would say that despite being the worst for The Last Airbender, it's still a really good episode. Like, again, just when you're talking about like one of the greatest cartoons of all time, even the worst is still pretty good. And that's pretty well emphasized here because I feel like the cartoon at its worst is still better than the last Flixbender at its best. More concise, more brief, more well paced, more creative, more coherent. It's better in every way, really. There's just too much of that missing here. I mean, this could be portrayed in a visual way where we see the story instead of just staring at Azula's face in this, dark, murky environment as she tells us.
And tired of his brother's theft, he flew to a distant cave to eat his prize. But Higashi still found him and stole the food out of the mouth of his starving twin. Sated. Higashi slept. He was vulnerable. It was Nashu's moment to get revenge, to take everything he'd ever wanted. Nashu hesitated for a moment and missed his chance. Higashi opened his eyes and saw his brother standing over him with bloody intent. Now she attacked, but it was too late. I guess she was ready. He killed his brother easily, and the smaller dragon died, full of regret that it should come to this.
I remember this one. My mother always said that this is why my sisters and I needed to share, so we wouldn't kill each other.
Quaint. But wrong.
Yeah, that seems like quite a miserable story about miserable, cynical story about how the people who are born on top stay on top. I mean, true, to be fair, but no one really wants to hear a story like that.
His only regret was not killing him while he slept. The lesson is to strike down your enemy completely when you have the chance. I've been sent here, far from court, to hunt my brother. And though he's weak, he's dangerous. And I will not
Yeah.
miss my chance to kill Zuko.
She's got a point. When you are facing down like a gang of hoodlums, fear most the one who is small and gangly and scrappy because you know he fights the dirtiest to be able to stand next to the big and strong ones. Interesting how we're getting these little vignettes from the Tales of Ba Sing Se seeded into all these other different episodes.
Everything we needed.
Oh yeah, the White Lotus. You know, the whole White Lotus angle hasn't really been set up very well, you know? It's supposed to be like this major revelation that there's this, secret organization lurking in the background, almost like a fifth nation. But there's been very little legwork done in establishing it as a separate force.
I can't believe I haven't heard any of this.
Well, I heard it from Kiyoshi herself. It was in the Spirit Library, just trust me.
Yeah, that was
I'm
bogus.
proposing that before this comet comes, we launch a major offensive on the day of Black Sun.
With your help, Your Majesty, we could save the world.
If this is true, this may be the most important thing I've ever heard, and the most important decision I've ever had to make.
General Sun.
General Sun, Longfeng, I've just heard some very upsetting news. The fall of Omashu, an army camped outside our walls, and a comet that will give the Firebenders extraordinary power.
General Sun can back up everything we've said.
Is what they say true?
No.
What?
Ba Sing Se is as strong as it ever was, Your Majesty. There are Fire Nation forces outside our walls, but they will be easily handled. Kyoshi scouts have captured their general and brought him into the city as a prisoner. The Avatar and his friends simply want to feel important in a city that does not need them.
General Sun, what are you doing?
Your Highness.
Mmm.
On the Avatar and his friends.
Hostage.
Children, after all.
You can't listen to him. He lied to me and he's lying to you.
Aang has tried for weeks to come here and tell you all of this, and Longfeng has stopped him.
Interesting narrative. Coming from a thief.
Katara is no thief.
Oh, but she is. The night of the party, she stole some precious and valuable golden nettles from the palace, taking advantage of Your Majesty's hospitality. Since then, she has been agitating in the lower ring every night, stirring tension in a typically peaceful place.
I was helping people who needed it.
If you were being so helpful, why did you have to don disguise and hide your actions. If you were being so helpful, why did you flee the scene of a riot? And that's just the start. Sources tell me the Bayfongs have been manufacturing war machines for the Fire Nation. War machines that they used against the Northern Water Tribe. War machines that they would use against Ba Sing Se. They are traitors to the Earth Kingdom.
That's not true. Toph didn't know anything about that until recently.
Lady Bayfong is now in the city and has been in touch with her daughter. Who knows what young Toph could be planning to share with her. And this one. This one was the last person seen with one of the city's most prominent thinkers before he went missing. The Dai Li are investigating the disappearance of Professor Zay as a possible murder.
Your Majesty, the Dai Li can't be trusted. They are loyal only to Long Feng.
Keep in mind, Your Majesty, that these accusations are coming from a young man who's a known collaborator with Sai, the Fire Nation spy who concocted this whole story.
Sai
didn't what? Didn't attempt to assassinate the King of Amashu?
We can explain all of this.
Certainly.
Dang.
It's been marvelous tales. You see, Your Majesty, the Avatar is in league with a thief, a spy, and a traitor. How can we possibly trust the Avatar when his companions have shown themselves to be enemies of the Earth Kingdom?
Please, Your Majesty, no matter what he says about us, it doesn't change the fact that your city's in danger. The Fire Nation is coming, and you have the power to stand up and fight. Please, Your Majesty, we need your help. The world needs your help.
Nah, blood.
Long Feng. What should I do?
Don't ask him. He's a liar. Where did you take Appa?
Aang, don't.
I know it was you!
Yeah, nope. It's only episode 6 of season 2, so it's gotta go bad.
Escort the Avatar and his friends home. Thank you, Long Feng, for your help and your loyalty. I am your humble servant. But I was never told of these Fire Nation forces, General Sun. You said that part of the story was true, did you not?
Why doesn't the Earth King have his glasses on?
For you to check on our General Sun, please send me the most recent action reports from the wall.
Yes, Your Majesty.
And in the future, notify me immediately and directly of any threats to our borders.
Okay, all right. This Earth King is actually a little more wrinkled in the brain than the cartoon version.
Whatever loose hold you have on the city, it's slipping away.
Hey, we'll come up with a new plan. We'll figure it out.
A new plan. It's over. We lost.
Don't say that.
It's all your fault.
Me?
Everything was going great up until Long Fang told the king what you've been doing at night.
I took those medals to help a sick kid. Everything that I did was to help people.
What didn't help us, did it?
Back off, Aang. We would have said something about it if it was any of your business.
You told her about this and not me.
She didn't tell me. I felt her leaving the house at night.
So you both lied?
No! You know, maybe you would have felt it too if you had focused on your earthbending instead of running around with Longfang.
So much for being there for each other.
Don't even start. When did you find out her parents were building weapons for the Fire Nation?
Hey, I don't have anything to do with them anymore, so it doesn't even matter.
It matters. How long has your family been in business with the Fire Nation? Do they build warships for them? Did they build the ships that came to Wolf Cove? Did they build the ships that brought firebenders that burned down our village and murdered my mother? The ones that drove our father to abandon us? Did they build those ships? How could you not have told me?
I didn't even think about it.
You never did.
Wow. I thought that you guys understood that I am not my family.
Are you sure? Because it kind of sounds like you talk to them all the time. Is your mother in town?
Yes,
And you didn't think we should know that?
I haven't spoken to her. All she did was send me a letter to tell me that she was here.
Was this before or after you found out that she was a war criminal?
I'm not a war criminal. I've been here, helping the Avatar get ready to fight the Fire Nation. Where have you been?
Good question. Maybe she was starting a riot.
I didn't start a riot. Some people were attacking innocent Fire Nation defectors. They were just...
You were defending Fire Nation?
Okay, so it's fine for you.
I was defending innocent people. It doesn't even matter what I was doing. We know the reason this all fell apart is Long Fang.
I knew that guy was no good from the moment that we met him.
How was I supposed to know? He was helping us.
Obviously, he wasn't.
What about the people you trust?
Yeah, Professor Zane was a real winner.
Oh, yeah, like you did any better with General Sung. You said she was on board.
She was.
Then what happened?
What do you think? Long Fang got to her.
Stop blaming me.
I told you, you had to stay calm. I warned you.
Yeah, you had to go.
Then what?
Wait, hold on. There's a lot of dialogue going across all axes. I'm trying to keep track of all of it. So if I'm not talking much, that's why.
People you trust.
Yeah, Professor Zane was a real winner.
Oh, yeah, like you did any better with General Sung. You said she was on board.
She was.
Then what happened?
What do you think? Long Fang got to her.
Stop blaming me.
I told you, you had to stay calm. I warned you.
Yeah, you had to go and fly off into the Avatar state anyway.
We'd already lost after the Earth King heard what you three have been doing. It's like none of this matters to you. You all act like my friends, like you understand the pressure I'm under, but you don't. I have to save the world. And you can all pretend to get it. You don't have any idea. The only one who cared was Appa. And he's gone. Because you lost him.
Because I had to save you! Yeah, you know what? I don't need this. I may be blind, but you guys don't see me at all.
Hey,
Go ahead. Leave. It's not like I need you anymore anyway.
you're just gonna let her go?
You can go too if you want. Unless you want to sit around and make another plan that won't work.
No, my plan works fine. We just got... And that's not on me. That's on you. So much for Team Avatar, huh?
Sokka.
You said you were.
I've always been with you. I do everything that I can to help you.
No. You're off doing your own thing. You don't care.
Where were you today? I had to carry the whole team because you were so distraught. It was because I made everyone focus on their jobs that we even got in front of the king in the first place.
And that worked really great. Didn't it?
now.
Man.
I can explain.
You don't have to justify your choices to me.
I want to anyway.
Oh, I like that.
I'm not doing this out of anger or for vengeance. I'm doing this because I want to help people. And I'm doing this for myself.
Zuko, I'm glad you brought me here. You're a good man.
Not really. I'm not gonna let go of the fact that he stole from a pregnant couple. That was really horrible. And the fact that he wants to help people now doesn't make him a better or changed person. It just makes him a hypocrite.
Can I help you?
I was hoping to
When
find
he's in need, I have every faith that he will go back to being the same desperate, selfish little thief that he was before. This change that the show says he's going through isn't real. And now that I know how low he can really go, I'm not here for it.
to the ancient ways.
What I was saying before about this show just making characters worse, more hateful, cynical versions of themselves. I mean, I remember all the times that Aang really did Toph dirty, and Katara and Toph didn't get along at first either. But I also felt like some of it was on Toph being really abrasive and inconsiderate and suffering from an inferiority complex, not wanting anyone to looking down at her and acting out based on that. In this version, she's been really nice and diplomatic and understanding. Just, I don't know, just a more pure, innocent person. And but then that leads to an imbalance when other characters unfairly go in on her. I mean, the way she was done in that earlier scene was just so dirty. The way that the people ripped her apart for things that other people did, things that her parents did, when they should know by now that she hates her parents just as much as they do. She knows that her parents are awful, but they're laying the sins of the parents on the daughter, and that's just really horrible. And just that whole bit about, oh well, it seems you talk to her all the time. No, that's such a misrepresentation. She was being blackmailed. She and the whole Beifong family by that dude who knew about them dealing under the table. I don't even remember. I might have to rewatch that particular scene, but I don't even remember what it was that person wanted. And the way Aang treats Katara, that again feels like a role reversal. That really feels Like that should have been Sokka going in, because the actual Painted Lady episode, that is a Sokka versus Katara episode where Sokka's got his eyes on the prize, and it's Katara and her thoughtless impulse to help people even when it might blow their cover, and her inability to see the bigger picture that jeopardizes that. But in this, it's again, it's like folding different parts of the story together. This time, they are transplanting that onto Aang for this part of the story when Aang is really tied up in Appa and being selfish and not really thinking about other people. I don't know, just I don't really like any of these characters, I feel like. Except for I guess Toph. Although Toph, I don't know. It's almost like she's better and worse at the same time because she feels like she just doesn't have as much of an arc because she seems like a more generically perfect character who doesn't really have to overcome much of anything. I'm open to new and different takes on these characters, but they really do have to be able to stand up to their previous incarnations, and just I'm still feeling like the cartoon is better on pretty much all fronts.
I am idle.
But I mean, hey, I'm talking about these characters when they're clearly in the middle of whatever arc that they're on. Obviously, by the end of the season, they're gonna like patch things up, and we'll see. I suppose we'll see where it goes because it's like it's like Ira when he didn't want to come to Bossing Say and he was ready to let Zuko just kind of fend for himself and he was ready to just do a half baked job. Um, but that turned into something later. So I'll hold out and see how episode 7 and the rest of episode 6 turn out.
I come to offer my services. But you knew I was here, didn't you?
The Dragon of the West is a cold-blooded killer. He ordered the burning of countless innocents, the slaughter of those who would resist us, and any who would oppose what our great nation was doing.
I'm not that man anymore.
You cannot escape the dragon. You and he are one and the same. Those actions are your actions, no matter how long you run from them. I served under the dragon. I deserted the dragon. I left a regiment leaderless. Many of those I abandoned perished before the retreat was ordered. One of them was named Lieutenant.
Ooh.
The dragon would consume me in the fire of vengeance. What will this old man do?
Interesting.
I ask your forgiveness for the things I ordered you to do.
I forgive you.
Seconded.
Aye.
Welcome, Ira, to the White Lotus. There's work to be done.
Oh, okay. So the people in the like Fire Nation Deserter Ghetto are also the White Lotus. Okay, that's interesting. Oh my gosh. Okay. Now I'm back on board with this character. They actually, I didn't have faith, but they actually did go back to that and tie that all back together. So he actually does wind up having a satisfactory character arc. Okay. All right. That's a point for you. Last Flixbender. Oh, honey, this is like 6-on-1, and yeah, the dang, this is loud. Those stone hands are so cool. Dang. Is this gonna lead to the scene where it's Zuko and Katara in prison together?
Hi, Mom.
That's kind of strange. I wasn't expecting her to go back to her mom after learning how awful she is.
You.
Hi again.
It really messed everything up. Oh. I failed everyone.
I had to feel everything so that I could feel nothing, which is the key to feeling everything.
Whoa. Wait, what? Wait, what? Is Aang like sensing Appa right now? All right, one episode left. Let's try and stomach it. This is I gotta say, this show so far has been a roller coaster ride in terms of my own feelings towards it. It just feels like such a mixed bag where I really do struggle to figure out how I feel about it. And maybe that's on me. Maybe I just gotta write it out and try and figure out how I feel about it afterwards and stuff, trying to figure it out while I'm in the middle of watching it. But uh, a lot of times it does feel like the drama is cheaper and more forced, and the characters are worse as a result.
Choose wisely now. The Sky Bison's a companion for life.
These baby sky bison are pretty cute, though. Oh my gosh, is Appa the Pikachu of this show? He's the last resort who turns out to be the survivor and the big stepper. Oh, that's sweet. I like how Appa's finally getting a little more focus. It's been rough seeing him get done dirty up to this point, where he doesn't feel enough like a character.
Where did he go? Find him!
I did like that for the intro, where the Earth Kingdom symbol is like visibly a little more broken.
Both of you inhuman dudes! What is your capacity? No! You can't just... You did. You just left me like this. Who is it? Who's there? Sokka. Sokka? You're alive? Sokka! I thought I'd never see you again. We've been looking all over for you, man.
Have you seen Anita? Or heard from Teo? No, they probably caught us getting letters. But Sokka, I'm so glad to see you. So glad.
On time? Huh? Can you turn me over?
Was it really a good idea to
Telling me that you and Dad had no idea
put them in the
what
same
the
cell?
plans for the Fire Nation?
Did I know I had contracts with the Fire Nation? Yes. But I promise you, I thought they were for farming equipment. Business knows no.
No borders, so I've been learning.
You can't possibly expect anyone to believe you're that naive.
Really?
I'll take care of it immediately. I always hoped you'd take over for us one day, so you might as well start shaping the business as you see fit.
Oh, okay.
I mean, as you
That's a different tune
wish it to be.
than what I'm used to.
I've heard you've turned the Avatar into fine earthbender. If you'd shared your talents with me sooner, I might not have reacted so strongly.
This isn't a business negotiation, Mom. Why can't you just talk to me like I'm your daughter?
I don't know how.
Just think of me as any other person.
You're not any other person. You're my fragile.
Don't call me fragile.
Please, give me just a moment. When you have a child, you think you're going to guide them through the world, that you'll share what you learned from your own life. From the moment you were born, I knew you were going to have to deal with things I could never imagine, because I have no idea what it's like to be blind. After you left, I wondered, perhaps I am the fragile one. You navigate the world with more strength,
Hmm.
confidence, and grace than any people before you.
Maybe not grace.
Why do you say that?
I don't know. Don't you ever feel like people just assume we're gonna act a certain way because of our name?
My whole life.
I got into a fight with my friends.
The Avatar?
This is very different.
I thought they understood me, but I don't know. Listen, I know you want me to come home.
I do. It's why I'm here. I promise you, things will be different.
I'm just not ready. I mean, I have to at least talk to them to make things right.
You have to do what you think is right, of course. I do have a carriage waiting, so whenever you're ready to go.
Don't wait for me. It may take some time.
Take all the time you need.
Was not expecting this from the mom character.
Just let's finish our tea together.
Oh,
Like when you were little.
there's some funny stuff going on here. Hold on a second. What was that? Top put her finger in the water.
You would not.
Or not the water, the whatever.
Proposals I've gotten since arriving here.
Men are the worst,
The
aren't they?
tea, the whatever it is that they're drinking.
Like those two fools your father sent after you.
Well, I feel.
I thought Toph was going to pick up on it, but never mind.
I should have come after you myself. We could have done this a long time ago.
Dang, felt like we were having a genuine and effective emotional scene, and then they just completely undercut it. That's depressing.
you.
You won't.
Now you really need to turn around. Zuko? What do we do now? Fight to the death?
I'm not gonna fight you.
Oh, wow. You. You! I'm such an idiot.
You're not.
I thought you were good.
I'm trying.
Aim was right. They were all right. Everything I did was stupid and selfish. And I put us all in danger. And this is what I deserve. To be locked in a cave with a monster.
My friends, you must be wondering why I called you here today. The Earth King has become aware of a plot to undermine the security of the city. His Majesty has ordered me to weed out the conspirators, some of whom are at this table. Where is General Song? General Song is under arrest for treason. Treason? The Earth King has ordered the Dai Li to take control of the military.
This is a coup.
Now that the Supreme
Where's the
Commander
king?
has shown herself to be disloyal.
We demand to speak to the king. Then we'll see who really holds the power here, Long Feng.
Perhaps I can eliminate that for you.
What do the Kyoshi orders have to do with the affairs of Ba Sing Se?
Nothing.
Oh boy. Man, that's OP.
I've changed my mind about our deal. I'll take the fugitive. And the Avatar. And the city. Ba Sing Se belongs to the Fire Nation now.
Did you have anything to say about that?
No. Princess.
I guess electric types really can beat ground types.
As you were. What do we miss?
Dang. She could smell the smoke from the burning flesh. That is gnarly. That's pretty morbid. Hold on a second. Here we go.
Serene.
Can you...
Fierce.
I gotta take this off first. I gotta do it again. Listen up. That's not enough. I'm looking for like a really big crack. Don't take that out of context. Oh man.
To name something is to dream of its future, and the place it will hold in the world. Bo, easy. Welcome to the Jasmine Dragon. Your usual.
I'll need a special Mushi. I barely slept last night. Dai Li made an arrest outside my house. They found the painted lady.
And your sidekick.
Yeah, that guy in the blue mask, they got him too. That's what good deeds will get you.
Mushi, I'll take. Mushi?
My tea.
Oh boy. Oh, what's going on? I feel like we haven't checked in on this character in a while, so I don't remember what their plot is.
Coast is clear. For now.
Thanks for hiding us.
Dai Li are everywhere today. And I found out the painted lady was arrested last night.
Katara.
Oh.
Only reason why we're all still in this fight. Also
I'll say.
I love seeing
So
you
the
know,
those sussy folks were like undercover agents. Okay.
Thanks for hiding us.
Dai Li are everywhere today. And I found out the painted lady was arrested last night.
Katara.
She's the only reason why we're all still in this fight. Also, Top Beifong left the city this morning with her mother.
She what? What about Sokka?
No sign of him.
The Dai Li have secret prison underground.
Now wait a minute. This is about the time in the cartoon where Toph learns metal bending. Are we gonna get that? Is she gonna be like imprisoned in metal and then learn how to bend it? Because we're not having, as far as I can tell, we're not having the sequence where Aang learns how to control the Avatar state, and so it would be awkward to have one but not the other because in the cartoon there is dialogue that forms a strong parallel between what the two characters are doing.
It has to be where they're holding them.
One of us from Ramashu can tail a Dai Li agent.
We all want to help. It's too dangerous.
I moved from Senlin to Gaipan, and the war followed. Then I moved to Amashu, and the war followed. Now we're here. We can't escape the danger. We have to face it.
Okay. But I'll handle this one.
Just please be careful, man.
You know, there's been something subtly off about this character, and I finally figured out what it is. It's that they don't really look like an Avatar character, like at all. They don't dress like one. They don't do their hair like one. She looks like an ordinary like modern librarian or like office worker or something.
And when you find Sai, just tell me.
Yeah. I will.
Or real estate agent,
The Dali have taken over
not a denizen of the world of Avatar. Hold on. Look at that.
the Dali.
Love that, huh? Let me turn this. Let me turn this part off. You see that? You see this right here? Lamps, not symmetrical. Aesthetically unpleasing. I just had to point that out. Okay, resume.
We have taken over military leadership of the War God, which means the forces are now under your command. We have also captured all of the Avatar's companions, but the Avatar himself eludes us.
He will come for his friends.
Someone else was captured last night. He had these.
Where is he now?
Like Lauga.
She said she was gonna kill Zuko.
Yes.
He brought her the swords.
Yes.
Told her where Zuko was.
Yes.
A symbol of unity between our
Yeah, aren't you supposed to be Zuko's girlfriend?
Don't you kind of love Zuko?
Well, I love you. But I would have killed you.
Yeah. It's true.
Dang. Okay. Again, just going back to that whole like every character is more harsh and cynical than they were before. Yeah, but could you do it quiet like? This environment really reminds me of when the Power Rangers get to the planet Thanos in the first Power Rangers movie.
General Iroh, what are you doing here?
I'm no general. Not anymore. I'm here for the same reason you are. A rescue mission.
Okay. We can help each other. But this isn't gonna be easy.
You know, they're like situated right in front of the door. How did the Daily not see them? It's not like they're trying to hide.
Okay, let's go.
Want help?
Not from you.
Never gonna get us out of here.
Oh, really? It's not going to get us out of the prison that you deserve to be in, and I don't. I trusted you.
I mean, waterbending actually can totally cut through metal. So
Was it always supposed to go this way? Did you always know it was meat? Did you
you can use waterbending to cut through metal, or you can use it to make the metal brittle by like cooling it rapidly. So giving Qatar access to water was actually like a really stupid idea.
stalk me to find Aang? And is this the trap? You think he's going to come down here and save me, and then you'll finally have your prize?
It's a more elaborate plan than I've ever come up with. I had no plan. When I saw the Dai attack you, I didn't think I just helped. That's why I'm here.
Sure. I'm supposed to believe that innocent act from the son of the Fire Lord. Spreading war and violence and hatred is in your blood.
Whole generations have been lost because your family's lust for power. Forests burned. Families separated. People that just don't exist anymore. Because of you. And your father. And his father. And all the little men that go all the way back to Sozin. Every waterbender in my tribe has been taken or killed.
Well, it hasn't been that many generations. It's only been 100 years. I believe Azulon is the son of Sozin, right? So that only goes back like 3 generations.
Killed. Children. Taken. Except for me. I hid so I lived. And I have to live with the guilt of that every day. I feel guilty. Because I lived. What do you feel? Nothing? How dare you? You have no idea what this war has put me through.
Me personally. I knew they were going to quit that line.
The Fire Nation took my mother away from me.
I'm sorry. It's something we have in common.
We'll be the first to use this door in centuries.
So how did Zuko get captured?
He was caught in the act of doing something good.
Ooh, that coat looks super comfy. Me want.
Looking beneath the surface is the inside of the Avatar.
I really want that.
I've only made it this far because of my friends, but
The one Aang is wearing. Although,
I pushed them away and they got captured. That's the inside of the Avatar.
I'm sure it wasn't all your fault.
Oh, it was. I was completely selfish. Totally focused on what I needed. But I'm gonna change. I'm gonna do whatever it takes to make things right with my friends. To be whoever they need me to be.
No. Not only should you not do that, I'm pretty sure you cannot do that. If you try, you won't help them, and you'll lose yourself in the process. Real friendships survive the truth. The best ones even grow from it. You must be who you are, but you must also let them be who they are.
But if they don't like who I really am?
That's something you cannot control.
Have you been able to do that? To be who you really are all this time?
It's a lifelong project. I'm working on it right now.
Dang. That was good dialogue. You know, I have my issues with this version of Ira, but he does still usually get the best dialogue.
Apparently,
Starting to feel chilly again.
prisons in her time, hundreds of years ago.
Kiyoshi took prisoners?
This is an avatar door.
What?
We need to bend all four elements to open it.
Oh,
We ran into each other then.
this is just a concept that we've introduced. Special avatar doors. It feels very video gamey. The concept is interesting. The idea of a door that you can only get through if you're the avatar, but I don't know. Feels like a hastily introduced idea. Okay.
Wait here, Bobo.
No, I know. It was that flippy girl with the Kiyoshi disguise, and she did this jabbing muscle bending thing. That's why I can't move now.
Of course.
But at least
Oh, is that the idea that we're introducing? The idea that Tylee's chi blocking is actually its own form of bending? But then what school of bending is that? I would think it would be water bending, but then she's clearly of the Fire Nation, so I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into it too much. Maybe this is just Sokka doing his own thing.
so we can get out of here.
That's not possible.
What are you talking about? Anything's possible for us. And for you. You're the smartest guy I know.
I've tried. Nobly, valiantly. Now, when they first arrested me, they interrogated me at the palace, but I gave nothing up. So they locked me in the highest tower. I demanded to see the king. I understand loyalty, of course. I have some status. But they said, you'll never see the king. So I said, I have important information that can save the world. And they laughed in my face. Ha 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 ha! And then slammed the door with bendings. It was extremely loud and unsettling. But then I asked myself, what would Teo do? And despite my low morale, I made a bold escape attempt.
How?
Bed sheets tied together and flung out the window.
Really? Use what's around you.
Disastrous. I miscalculated the distance.
No.
But then I tried again, this time with explosives.
Blasting jelly?
More homemade. It was a little too homemade. My eyebrows only just started growing back.
Oh. Then what?
Inspiration struck.
A disguise.
Yes!
Yeah, these folks can never. These folks can't tell they're actors. They need to lose their eyebrows.
Yeah, apparently I'm quite distinct looking.
Oh, Silo. Well, then you came up with a new plan, right?
No. Then they moved me down here. And I gave in to despair. My son is out there fighting a war.
Yeah, where is Teo? I feel like we've lost track of that character.
We just found each other. Now I've lost her.
This is the problem when you try to do too many plots at once is you can't keep all the balls in the air. I keep talking about keeping balls in the air.
I failed.
I can't do it.
But that's good science. You failed. Every failure is an opportunity to learn. You have to fail 100 times to find one thing that works. Then you have to fail 100 more to find the next piece. You have to fail.
Those crystals in the background look like delicious candy. I want to eat them.
Look around you. The walls are stone, the
Or
floors
like
are metal.
molded jello.
We aren't benders. We're gonna die here.
The walls aren't pure stone, they're crystals too.
Man, how long is Sokka gonna stay paralyzed?
It's not all stone.
The crystals have different chemical properties than stone, right?
Yes.
Yes!
We can find a way to dissolve them.
Yes!
And then maybe find a way out of here.
Yes! Let's get to work!
Sokka, you are my best student. Maybe my best teacher. All right, come.
Yes!
My mother was good. She saw the best in people, even in me. She was gone before I looked like this. This scar. Everyone who sees it makes assumptions about me. They make up stories so it's easy to pass in the Earth Kingdom. I look like a victim. No story they come up with is anyway near as terrible as the truth. My father did this to me. Do you know how hard it is for a firebender to get burned?
Oh.
Really burned. Scarred. For life.
I
Let down his basic defenses. Instincts he's born with. It's like a waterbender drowning.
huh.
My father may have scarred me.
That actually is something that's always confused me about firebenders is that it's clear that they have an ability to raise their body's temperature. Like that one scene very, very early in the cartoon where Zuko gets doused with snow and it starts melting and like even evaporating super, super fast.
Deep down.
Or when he like breathes on Katara's ice in like the season one finale and it starts melting super duper fast. So it was never really clear to me how Zuko could get burned if his firebending also allows his body to withstand higher temperatures. So it's interesting that they're actually talking about it here.
Some part of me believed I deserved it. That part of me let it. Because my father hates me. Everybody else does too. Those Fire Nation defectors, they would hate me if they knew who I was.
Why were you defending them?
Because they were helpless. Why were you?
Same.
Same reason.
Yep.
For so long, when I saw the face of the enemy, it was your face.
No matter how much you hate this face, Katara.
I hate it even more.
I
Ah. I'm good like that. I'm good like that. I totally called it.
That's not what I see now. I see someone in pain. Someone who needs healing. This is water from the spirit oasis. It's been known to cure the deepest and most dire of wounds. Maybe even those that reach back generations. Can I try to heal you?
You know, I was about to open my mouth and say something stupid. I was going to say, why is it that after the war, they didn't just go to the Spirit Oasis and heal uh, Zuko's face? But I can easily rationalize that as being like a thematic thing. Like, Zuko doesn't want to just cover up his past and pretend like it didn't happen. He eventually learns to accept it and take all the lessons that come with it.
There you are, Cultural Minister. This is General Vin Tran. He will be the steward of Boston Say in my absence. Speak to him as you would me.
Wow, I forgot about this character. Says a lot about the staying power of the new characters that they've introduced.
Let's ensure that all thoroughfares are clear of debris, and that any mobile vendors will be kept away. Don't want to do these weapons. Cultural Minister.
I'll see to it.
When our forces arrive, I expect your men to be deferentially honored. From the highest rank.
There is no war in Bossing Say.
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 There is no war in
Okay.
Bossing Say.
There is no war in 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 Bossing Say.
There is no war in
Jeez.
Bossing Say.
Now we're really getting to it. Truth be told, I always thought that the Earth Kingdom was more creepy than the Fire Nation. They're just way more like insidious and conniving.
No. There is no war in. There is no war in Bossing Say.
Wait, what?
There is no war in Bossing Say.
No. There is no war in Bossing Say.
There is no war in Bossing Say. There is no war in Bossing Say. There is no war in Bossing.
The problem is that this feels like it comes from out of nowhere because they just didn't set up enough. They didn't set up enough that there's like this brainwashing thing going on. Because we decided to do something different with Jet for this series.
Looks like you could use a little more time down here.
Please, please don't leave me here. Please, please. Do anything. Rainy, don't tell the minister. There's no war in Bossing Say. There is no war in Bossing Say.
Okay, be precise. We're losing eye.
We just need a chunk of crystal so we can analyze and experiment with whatever we have on hand.
Right. Is this a good idea?
It's the best one we have. Sokka.
Not now, Aang. Aang! Oh. So glad to see you, man.
Wait, when did they get the? Oh no, wait, they use bending too. Okay,
I know.
but wait, then what do they do with prisoners who can earthbend?
It's good. We're good. We're good. Right.
with us on our mission, trust me. Zuko was also taken.
I know it's hard to believe, but my nephew, there's good inside him.
Let me know when there's good outside him.
Sokka. Katara's down there.
If you can help us find our friends and get out of here, I'll believe whatever.
All right, let's go.
I wonder if this is the reason I was given this water in the first place. Because it was meant for you.
You don't deserve it.
You will.
Ooh. That's a good line. Man, every once in a while they drop a fire line.
He helped me, that's why he got arrested.
He what?
Get your hands off me before I burn them off.
Zuko, both of you. He's been helping people. I've seen it.
I'm sorry. Gotcha.
The coast is clear. Is this everyone? Or do we have more rescuing to do?
Toph left the city with her mother, but Appa's in a cell somewhere down here, and we're gonna get her. What are you two gonna do?
He helped me find you. We should all get out of here.
Katara. I just need to say I'm sorry.
Man, I'm thinking about how the rest of this episode is going to go, and I realize now that we have explained away that Aang just kind of is automatically going to master the Avatar state, that means that we really never are going to get his whole like little journey through trying to master it with oh shoot, what was the name of that guy? The guy with the onion banana juice. Um, shoot, I can't remember his name, but that was awesome. It's sad that we're not gonna get that.
Being really unfair, and I never should have pushed you away.
That especially because that was that whole like thing with the chakras and whatever. That was the setup to like my favorite scene in all of the Last Airbender, where he talks to Yang Chen about his duty to the world and enlightenment and all that kind of thing. So even if they do that scene later, it's not going to hit as hard.
It's okay. I'm sorry too. We better go.
Please, just wait. I need to say this. If you took all of this away, and I wasn't the Avatar, and you weren't a waterbender, and we didn't need to save the world, we would still be friends.
Of course we would. No argument could ever change that.
Yeah. I can feel Appa's this way.
There is, I was saying before that, maybe I was calling out the characters too soon because they were in the midst of, like a clear and obvious character arc, right? They had to split it apart so they could come back together, right? One thing that I feel undercuts this arc, like we did get that, but one thing that I think undercuts it is the fact that Aang didn't start shaping up in his behavior until he had a hint of where Appa is. Even if it's not the same as like actually having Appa and getting what he wants, just the fact that he had to be sated in some way before he would correct his behavior, I think undercuts the value. It's more powerful to see someone reshape themselves when they're at their lowest point. But the in Aang's case, he still wasn't mature enough to actually do that. There needed to be some concession on behalf of the universe in order for him to accept his own shortcomings. He had to have some inkling of where Appa was. They're gonna rescue Judy. Oh, but still, the fact that he even tried, I think, is very interesting. Oh, are you gonna freeze them now? Nope, never mind. Ooh, that's a really pretty carriage. It always trips me up that they basically just have straight up chocobos in The Last Airbender.
You poisoned me!
It's crested log poppy. I use it for beauty, don't be so dramatic.
I'm your daughter! And you kidnapped me?
Yes. You're my daughter.
It's fun. I only potentially got you addicted to opioids.
After time, you'll be grateful for what I did for you today. The planning, excuses, the lengths I've gone to protect my only daughter from herself.
I'm not your property! You lied! You lied! You don't care! You never did! You never wanted me. You're ashamed of me. Why? I mean, you don't even know me. You don't even know me. They do. They do. They know who I am. I know who I am.
See, they're doing the thing, but they haven't set it up at all. There's no like thematic explanation for why she can now bend metal.
I'm taught baseball, and I invented metal bending. I'm the greatest earthbender in the world!
That's cool. At least they did that part, right? Yes. Can we get to the action, please?
He's through there. I've kept an eye on him. We can all get out of here together.
What?
Princess Azula
Yeah. Long Fang is actually in a different position this time.
Azula here?
In the cartoon, Azula had not yet taken over.
And she's going to open the gates and the Fire Nation will march on the palace. Our only hope now is to run and fight another day.
Did you really think I would ever trust you again? You betrayed us all. If Azula took over, it's your fault.
I did what was needed to protect the city, to keep the war outside the walls. Everyone in Ba Sing Se lives in peace because of me! I shoulder the burden. I do what must be done. And you understand that.
No. Because I care about the people. All you care about is having power and using it to save yourself. I would never help you escape. And I'm not gonna run. I'm gonna stay here and stop Azula.
You will never defeat her. You are too kind, and that makes you weak.
Well, that, and you're also not lightning proof.
You'll see that I was right, Aang. You can't win. Run! Run while you still have a chance!
I really want this episode to wrap up because my nose is getting stuffy again. Whew.
Missed you so much. No.
Stupid cable getting all ting-tangulated.
I need to go save the others. And I'll be right there behind you. We're together forever. Promise.
Okay, but I mean, isn't he chained down? Isn't he gonna need you to break him out?
Papa. Go.
I'm only just now realizing that they've basically merged Lake Laogai and the old Earth Kingdom catacombs into a singular location. Because it's the catacombs that have like the magical glowing green crystals. And so this is where we're gonna have our big fight. Well, I like the sound design on that. Oh, that's a move that he does near the end of the series.
I surrender, I surrender. Brotherhood! You do always come back.
Someone else is coming.
Bang! Oh, you're safe. Where's Appa? I sent him up to the surface with Momo. Where's Iroh and Zuko?
We were all separated. It's been very eventful.
We need to get out of here. They can take care of themselves. No. The city's not safe. Azula and the Fire Nation have taken over him. We need to stop her now. Azula?
There you are. I can find a way out.
Let's go.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't talked about what happened to the Kyoshi warriors. I mean, Or no, wait. I can't remember. Where did they leave off again with the Kyoshi Warriors? Too much... Too many plots to keep track of. I forgot that in this version they never actually like find out that something's gone wrong with the Kyoshi Warriors.
How long are we gonna keep doing this, Zuko? How long are we gonna keep playing his game, fighting each other?
Till one of us wins.
Mmm.
Mother always thought I was a monster.
Don't talk about her. Ever.
Azula's not following through with her own advice. She's not being ruthless. She talked about not losing a chance to kill her brother. And now she's turning her back on her enemy?
Maybe it wouldn't have come to this if she hadn't been taken. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't stay quiet that night in the carriage. It's my fault. But she told us to stay together. That we would always have each other. Maybe we could, Zuko. I've taken the city. Our forces are marching through the streets at this very moment. The Earth Kingdom is going to fall. It's a glorious day in our nation's history. We could share it.
Hmm. You know what? This, you would almost never hear me say that, but this, I think, is actually a moment that is more effective in this adaptation than it is in the cartoon. Only because Azula has more leverage here. In this, she has already taken over. Whereas uh, in the cartoon, her takeover was not yet complete. And so she didn't have as much leverage. And so there was more of a chance for Zuko to turn things in favor of the Avatar. And so the fact that he decides to side with Azula anyway in the cartoon makes it more like it is entirely his fault. Like he is the deciding factor. He's the one who screws everything up. But in this, I think Azula is a little more convincing in that we're already winning. You just have to pick the right side.
But I'm not going to force you to come home if you don't want to. The choice is yours.
Ooh, this place is cool looking. I really like that hue of green.
I can feel it.
Well, it's really a bunch of different hues of green all put together.
I'm gonna get Sai out of here.
That was kind of a lack of economy of motion. Why did Katara pass the water to Aang so that he could bend it? In the time it took to play their little game of catch, Azula could have shot both of them.
Thank goodness your limbs are operational.
I know, the drop bombs.
No, it's locked.
Miss me, Snoozles?
You bit metal?
We can talk about how much I roll later. Let's go, Appa's waiting outside.
Snoozle?
I'll tell you later.
Oh, the fire webs. That move is really sick. That was really cool looking. Oh, he's doing the move. He's doing the crazy flare kicks.
I have changed.
That is a cool move, but those effects, I don't know, man. Those were a little shaky. That was not one of the good effects.
Surrender, Avatar. I've already won. The question is, how much are you willing to lose?
I won't lose anyone.
What? Don't tell me we're doing this moment. Oh, wait, what? This is not even what I was expecting. Or maybe it is. Okay, that is cool looking. I thought this was going to be the moment with the giant Aang in the sky, the giant purple space Aang. There he is. It's a giant blue space Aang this time. But we didn't have... No, this whole visual flare where it's like a space road to the cosmos, that is supposed to be the visual climax to the spiritual path that Aang takes to open up his chakras and like achieve enlightenment. Having this without all of that leading up to it is hollow and meaningless, and it's just confusing. Like, why is this here when it wasn't here before? We don't have the context. Okay. You're still not lightning proof, though. Whoa. Okay. He's actually kind of got the moves. Oh my gosh, he totally had a a Matrix moment, like a Neo Matrix moment. Really calls back to the thumbnail that I had of. Hold on a second. Do I still have that? I just want to. I know we're in the climax right now, but I want to try and pull that up again. Was that 2025? No, it was 2024. Dang, it's been longer than I realized. Where's All right, if we can just drink this in. Yes. Yes. I believe this was the stream that actually got like content ID'd, and so the audio screwed up. So I'll have to edit that down at some point. But yeah, very much reminded of that. But anyway, back to the show. See, the problem this time, Azula, is that you were able to get in a cheap hit on Aang because he didn't see you coming. You attacked from his flank. That's a lot of sharp, pointy objects right there. But no, I can already tell what they're doing. This is going to go back to what Long Fang was. Why do I have trouble remembering that name? Anytime I think of him, I mentally replace him with Lex Luthor because I'm still thinking of Clancy Brown's version of Long Fang with the Mr. Krabs voice. But no, this is going to go back to what Long Fang was saying. He was saying, you're too kind and that makes you weak. So it's gonna go back to the two dragons moment where he's gonna hesitate. Look, he's hesitating right now, and then Azula's gonna blow him away. And the least he could do is like use earth bending to bind her hands and feet. You could do that instead of just giving up. Yeah, that was stupid.
If you die in the Avatar state, the cycle will cease. And the world will fall out of balance forever.
You know, this is also like really like visually confusing this moment because it's showing a path like a path in the sky that goes up, but instead of taking the path up to where the space Aang is, it's uh it is a path of stone covered in that is like crowded with all the past avatars, and then the big space Aang comes up from behind him like lower down. and that's just really confusing. Oh no, Aang's fallen into darkness. He's gonna become a heartless. Do 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 do. Hey Iroh, where were you during this scene again? I feel like we kind of lost track of you. Oh, maybe it's the lighting, but I noticed that the makeup on his scar is actually a little bit better. Still has both eyebrows though. I wish they would change that. Still can't get over how much the Fire Nation soldiers look like Quantrons from Power Rangers in Space. What the? Okay, no. Boo, foul. This is another. This is another like visual incongruity. When this scene happened in the cartoon, it happened like at night where it's all dark and miserable. We're up in like the bright, happy blue sky and the white wispy clouds and stuff. It's all happy when this is supposed to be the crew at their lowest point. That's not doing the thing where it glows. It's supposed to be like super special glowy water. Ooh, the amazing digital. No, no, knock it off. No, shut up. Man, what is it about the Netflix interface that feels the need to constantly like assail you with loud volume and like videos that you don't want played? All right, that's it for that. Mm, that's that's the last Flixbender season 2, and I don't know. I don't know. I feel like just at the end of it, it's just a more lukewarm version of the cartoon. Like I don't even really know what to say about it. It's such a mixed bag of. I feel like I've said it before. Of good writing trying to fight its way out of a fundamentally bad show. A show that suffers from like really awkward pacing. It's awkward pacing, and just I feel like the characters are more cynical and less charismatic. Oh my gosh, I have Heroes. Anybody remember Heroes? That show that was good for 2 seasons and then took an absolute nosedive in the third. Hold on a second. Well, no, that's not right. Um, yeah, it's just I don't know, man. It's just average. It's just whatever. It's not as effective. I feel like in the rush, they've pretty much turned it into like Avatar soup, where they mash together a whole bunch of different stuff, and so there's less focus and less build up. Like we didn't have the whole like training to control the Avatar state thing. We wrote it out, and I just don't know. It's no. I would still absolutely take the cartoon over this, but I mean, yeah, I guess that's it. And I guess at some point they'll come out with a season 3, and I'm not terribly happy about it. Uh, my only hope is that they don't try to push it any further. If they try to do Legend of Korra, I absolutely will not watch that. Um, I can't take that. Like a bad adaptation of a bad show. Like I can only handle so much. But the last thing I want to touch on before uh, wrapping up stream for today was I said before that I was going to keep you guys up to date on my progress with my little model that I'm working on. This is my big art project, and so I thought I would just go ahead and pull that up real quick. And I realize that this is not a very flattering angle. I do realize that it looks like he's got like a training bra on, but if you turn it this way, you realize, oh, it's actually not that bad. It's just supposed to be just like regular pectoral muscles. When you're looking at it like that, it does look like he's a little bit stacked. He's got a bit of the moobage going on, but no, it's just weird topology. It's got to look ugly before it looks pretty. You just got to kind of like push past it. Um, and I am going to keep working on it. The shape of his chest still isn't quite up to par. I need to like push this out. I gotta like lift and separate. But yeah, I'm gonna keep working on that. And I've seen other models. I know this is probably not the best way to go about, not the best topology, but I think giving myself landmarks for like where the pectoral muscles are and like where the nipples are and everything. I feel like that's gonna help me to like texture this model better and like iterate it better if I just have very clear landmarks, because I've seen some models that are just they're just like, if I can give you a better idea of what I'm talking about here if I look at the back of it, just like this vast desert of squares where it's just like squares and squares and squares. There's no like there's not enough shape to it to lend definition to specific body parts. This I feel like I can work with better. I know where the chest is, all the different parts. There's the pecs, there's the sternum, and I'm gonna keep working on this. Obviously, um, this definitely needs more work, but there is progress. There is definitely progress. Hopefully, more progress over the next week. Um, Also, Also, I've done a little bit more shaping of the face, the eyes, the eye sockets, the mouth. If we dig in here, you can see he's actually got a mouth and the eye holes and stuff. Um, shape the ears more, cut them up a little bit because at first this was just like one giant Engon and it was absolutely horrid. Uh, try to shape the skull a little better. I mean, it is still kind of weird, a little flat, but I don't know. I figure I'll probably tweak that more going forward. Maybe once I get to like the hair stage, I'll add the hair and the eyebrows and stuff. Shaping the brow has been very difficult. Shaping the brow and also getting the eyes to where I want them to be. Um, and I'm not even entirely sure if I'm happy with the the product so far because his eyes. I tried pushing them up because I thought they were too far back, and that made his face like really bent and caved in, and it made his nose like really big. But moving them up, I feel like they need to be tidied up. Um, and so I've got the overlay turned off so I don't spoil too much of what the final product is going to look like. Um, but I'm also like referring to myself. I do a lot of looking at myself in the mirror as I model this to try and suss out facial proportions and how muscles flow from one to the next. I think I am gonna keep uh, the chin sharp because I think that makes for like more beautiful characters. I do tend more towards the pointy chin. I think it makes them look like younger. But yeah. Um looking at this now without the overlay and just especially looking at it dead on, I can see that the pecs are not nearly large enough and so it's causing some weird like shape issues. It doesn't look that bad here, but looking at dead on and this is the way you're going to be looking at this character for the most part. I mean, obviously it's going to look better once I give it more polygons and I give it that I unwrap this thing and I texture it and all that. But I still feel like it needs a lot of love, especially in the sternum area. That could use more polygons. I think that could use a lot more polygons. Well, maybe not a lot more. Maybe I'm overstating. Just like one more right here, like one more like edge loop. Well, not really an edge loop. I don't know what you call it. Just like cut down here and then go down here, and that'll let me like shape this a little bit more. Um, that and also possibly just um dissolve some of these faces and stretch out these faces more to where they cover up more of the chest region. If there are any strange, like, if there's anything strange about this model, it's because I'm just trying to follow tutorials as best as I can. And the tutorials are for making different kinds of characters. Like I am trying to make my own kind of character, but still take notes on the fundamentals from other modelers. So I'm just kind of playing off of their playbook and then also at the same time trying to put my own spin on it because this is my own character, my own thing. And so it's partly uh just trying to trying to watch as much of the tutorial as I think I need to get the ball rolling and then try and wing it from there and see how far I can get on my own momentum. That I don't want to be dependent on tutorials to teach me step by step how to do everything because I knew someone uh who was like that, who was very much in they were in like tutorial jail as they call it, where instead of like learning and internalizing skills, they just rely on tutorials to teach them step by step how to do everything. I feel like that person was probably suffering from aphantasia. I feel like they don't have the ability to picture things in their mind, and so they rely more on tutorials for that. And I guess it's not necessarily their fault, but I just try to not be that. I try to make it as far on my own steam as I can. But looking at this now, I can see um, I need to tuck in the edges of the eyes a little bit more. I need to suck that in. Um, the head, the cranium does not protrude enough from the backside. Like it's too flat. I need to shape that more. Um, and again, just the chest. The chest was the last thing I was working on, and so I haven't had a lot of time to like go over it over and over again and try and shape. This was even more like inadvertently sexual just earlier like last night, and so I had to shape it to look less than and less like breasticles. So I'm gonna keep doing that, and hopefully by the time I get back to you, I will have more to show off. I'll have this hashed out a little better. I'll fill out the rest of this. I'll touch up this and this and try and make it look less like he's having like an allergic reaction. And um I'm split on what I want to focus on next. I think I want to finish the torso first, and then I'll hash out the limbs from there. But that's our status report. But that's gonna do it for this stream. It is 6:12. I figure by now, um, folks on City of Heroes are shaping up for the Hamadan raid, so I'm gonna go ahead and join them for that. Um, as for our next stream, I plan to come back on the 26th at our usual time, or our new usual time. About like 2 p.m. That's been working out better for me. And One Piece should be back. We should be reading a new chapter of One Piece, and uh, I'll figure out something else to do. I'm kind of split because there's content that I haven't done in a long time. It's been a long time since I've played some Bloons Tower Defense on the channel, and I kind of like to dig into that. But I also caught myself eyeing up my old like custom MTG card projects and stuff. Wow, I'd really like to get back into that because that project's actually like really fun. I like making custom Magic the Gathering cards. So it might be one of those two things. Might be something else entirely. I don't know. Um, I could check out some of my backlog. I mean, I was already talking about how I watched Scarface for the first time just yesterday. I got my CD drive plugged in, so I might start digging into my DVD collection and just watching what I ain't watched before. We'll see. I'll figure it out. I'll post my plans on social media. You know, I try to keep up. Uh, Mostly here on Twitter. That's the easiest channel for me to maintain. But there's also like I'm on Facebook and Instagram, and I'm kind of on Discord, but not really. My presence on Discord has kind of fallen off because I am really kind of a boomer at heart, and I have trouble remembering to update Discord. I want to be better at it. Um, Maybe at another stage in life when I can focus on it more because I'm really wrapped up in this like VTuber model thing and just other stuff as well. But yeah, plan for me to come back next Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard with more One Piece and a little something else, and that'll do it for now. In the meantime, thanks for checking me out, because it's like I always say, every view, like, comment, subscription, follow helps push us on to bigger and better things. And yeah, that'll do it. Thanks again for checking us out, and y'all have a good day and a good week. Later.